Thank you. Mr. Anthony Buluma, CEO, KYPA. Thank you. Ms. Christine Odera, Board Chair, Faraja Africa Foundation. Thank you. Ms. Rita Gidhi, Country Liaison Officer, Faraja Africa Foundation. Okay. Honorable members, the guests are here to observe proceedings of the Kenya National Youth Parliament today. Distinguished guests, on my own behalf and that of honorable members, I welcome you to this parliament. Thank you. I now invite Mr. Anthony Buluma, Chief Executive Officer, Kenya Young Parliamentarians Association, to make his remarks. Honorable Mr. Anthony, sorry.
Honorable Speaker, honorable distinguished young members of the Bunge Youth Dialogue and the Vijana Forum, our partners, Faraja, the Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Gitonga Mkunji, honorable members who are visiting from South Africa and Malawi, allow me to greet you and say good morning. As you've heard, my name is Anthony Buluma, and I feel very honored to be welcoming you to this particular forum. Honorable Speaker, this is not the first of its kind. KYPA and its partners have been doing this over the years. And this we do with very good intentions because we have seen this forum bear fruits. Honorable Speaker, not so many years ago, there was a delegation of young people like yourselves that sat in this same chamber. And I remember very well amongst those members, at least I just share this to remind the members who are here, do not take this opportunity for granted. It's an opportunity many young people so desire. We were talking with the Honorable Chair in the morning, and he was telling me he's already in trouble because young people have jammed his phone and they are asking, why have I been left out? So the ones who are here are privileged, and our intention is to give you parliamentary experience with the hope that it will inspire you to go back to your communities and challenge those who are in office or those who will be aspiring for leadership. Because for far too long, we've just been talking about youth inclusion. But meaningful youth inclusion requires you to sit where decisions are made. And this is one of those platforms where decisions are made. You know, the Senate is a very consequential house. It determines matters of counties. And Honorable Speaker, this is also part of us celebrating the International Youth Week, which ended on 12th of August. We would have loved to have done this earlier, but after consultations with our partners, Faraja, whom I thank so very much, we opted to just do it on the 28th, that is today. But the theme globally has been on different countries' common aspirations. We converted ours to different counties' common aspirations because seated amongst us, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chair, are young people drawn from all walks of life from across the country. If I was to count the counties that are represented, I can assure you, you will have almost over 35 counties that is seated amongst ourselves. So I really want not to belabor because this is your day. We hope that you'll be able to engage, and congratulations for having elected for yourself as Speaker. Maybe Chair, I would request that in the nearest future, the junior Speaker, through your intervention, Honorable Chair, we should be able to facilitate an opportunity for them to interact with the speakers, the actual speakers of both houses, at the earliest available opportunity so that they present the report as will be adopted by this House. And finally, let me just give assurance that from the Secretariat point of view, the matters that you deliberate on, we don't normally throw them in shelves. We normally have them tabled by the Senator Hezena in the Senate and the Honorable Gitonga Mkunji, our chair, in the National Assembly. So as you deliberate, please deliberate with that mind that you're actually going to influence national decisions. So make sure as you provide your submissions, let them be factual, let them also be progressive and guiding this country on where we need to go, especially knowing that we are few months away to the next election. Otherwise, let me really appreciate Faraja once again and the Senate for having partnered and allowed us to do this here. And I'm hoping that we will have a great day. I wish you all a successful session and a wonderful day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now call upon Ms. Rita Givi, the Country Liaison Officer, Faraja Africa Foundation, for her remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and congratulations upon your election. Honorable members of Parliament, representatives of the National Assembly, honorable members of the Parliament of South Africa and Malawi who are present with us today, the leadership of the Kenya Young Parliamentarians Association, our country board chairperson, and executive members, distinguished leaders and guests, partners, fellow young leaders, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of Faraja Africa Foundation, I warmly welcome you to the Kenya Vijana Assembly 2026. I begin by thanking the Clerk of the Senate and the Senate of Kenya for receiving us and providing this space for today's sitting. I particularly acknowledge the Senate Liaison Office for the guidance and the engagement that has accompanied us on this journey. I also acknowledge the National Assembly and honorable members who have joined us here today. Our partners, the Kenya Young Parliamentarians Association, under the able leadership of their chairperson, Honorable Gitonga Mkunji MP, and Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Anthony Buluma, thank you for your engagement and support for bringing us up to this point. I recognize the Faraja Africa Foundation Kenya board, led by our chairperson, Ms. Christine Acheng Odero, and board members for their continued leadership and support. I also recognize the Faraja Africa Foundation Kenya team and colleagues from our regional team who have joined us in Nairobi to support this assembly. Thank you for the work and for the continued engagement to making today a possibility. And to the young people who constitute this assembly, I say welcome. For the Faraja Africa Foundation Kenya team and I, seeing you seated here in this chamber today is especially meaningful to us because getting here has actually taken time. Our engagement with the Senate and the youth parliamentary, our engagement with the Senate and the youth parliamentary participation in Kenya dates back to 2024, and since then, our discussions have continued through the Senate, through the Parliament, through KYPA, and our own preparations at Faraja Africa Foundation, bringing us to this sitting that is here today. Many of us have encountered this assembly through the open call for applications, and others have come through organized youth institutions and parliamentary engagements. We wanted this process to remain especially open, while also drawing voices from organized constituencies and different parts of Kenya. Through the applications and preparatory engagements, young people also shared their inputs together with wider concerns affecting young Kenyans that have helped shape this business that is before us today. Our secretariat has done the technical work of developing these issues and parliamentary motions. But for now, they are before the House and they belong to you. You will consider how Kenya can create a clearer transition from education and training into employment, how to strengthen the young people's role in peace building, and how sexual and reproductive health and mental health services for young Kenyans can be better integrated into county primary health care. These are the issues affecting young people outside this chamber. So as you debate them, remember that you are not here to represent yourselves. I encourage you to care to dare to care. Care enough to listen beyond care enough to listen beyond your own experiences, to speak for those whose voices may not be in this room, and take seriously the responsibility that comes with being in this chamber. Parliamentary procedure is important. Learn it and respect it. But let us not spend our limited time competing over points of order, whose matters more than whose, and issues that brought us here in turn get very little attention. Let's focus on the substance. Let's bring the realities of counties and communities into the debate today. Let's challenge a proposal where you disagree and offer a practical alternative. Listen to people whose experiences are different from yours. The Secretariat has prepared the business, but this assembly will determine the positions that leave this chamber. At the end of the sitting, what matters the most is not how many times each person speaks, but what the assembly was able to say and resolve on behalf of the young people of Kenya. The House has also now entrusted some of you with particular responsibilities through the election and appointment of leadership. I wish you all well as you undertake these roles today. For the few delegates, the journey may continue beyond this sitting through opportunities that will be presented to you by Faraja Africa Foundation Kenya through the East African Youth Parliament. That should not simply be viewed as a trip or even as an event. So those who proceed will be expected to carry on issues and positions emerging from this Kenyan process into regional engagements. Further guidance on that process will be provided to you after today's sitting, but for now, the responsibility is here. Use this procedure but focus on the issues. Represent young people beyond this room, listen to one another, and make this sitting count. I once again thank our partners, the Senate, the Parliament of Kenya, KYPA, and our board, our Faraja Africa Foundation Kenya team, and our regional colleagues, Hivos, Oxfam Novib, and everyone who has helped bring us here to this point. It is now my pleasure to welcome our country board chairperson, Ms. Christine Odera, to address this assembly. Madam Chairperson, you're welcome.
Honorable Speaker, allow me to congratulate you once more. Allow me also to read my speech from my computer as we are going green as young people. Honorable Speaker, members of the National Assembly, the chairperson of the Young Parliamentarians Association, Honorable Gitonga Mukunji, the Chief Executive Officer of the Kenya Young Parliamentarians Association, Mr. Anthony Buluma, distinguished guests and partners, fellow youth leaders, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I thank you, our country coordinator, our country liaison officer, Ms. Rita, for outlining the journey and partnership that have brought us here. I begin by, again, congratulating the youth speakers and the deputy speaker and all the youth leaders entrusted in the responsibility for today's sitting. The confidence placed to you comes with a duty to lead, listen carefully, and protect the integrity of the proceedings. I also recognize my colleagues, the Faraja African Foundation Kenya Board, Council Kibet Kennedy. Would you please stand to be recognized by the team? Thank you. I also ask that the country liaison officer, Madam Rita, together with the team to stand to be recognized by the chambers. The Faraj African team kindly be upstanding. I hope you can all see them, Mr. Speaker. Thank you all for the work you have done to put this and make it a success. I thank you all. On behalf of the board, we thank you, we thank you, we thank you. I want to use my few minutes to speak about why this platform is important and why we believe in partnerships and all of you here today. As the chairperson of the Faraja African Foundation Kenya, and as myself, a young youth leader who has spent over 10 years working with young people, public institutions, I serve as the Kenya National Youth Service Board. I also represent the youth in the National Youth Service Board and policy processes in, again, congratulating you all. Many Kenyans would love to be here, but they never get the opportunity to be here. So please consider this a privilege and a responsibility. This is the purpose behind the Kenya Vijana Assembly. For Faraja, this journey did not begin today. Our engagement with the Senate developed over time, beginning with conversations around youth parliament engagement and the possibility of a structured national youth parliament. Those discussions were developed with the Senate and later broadened to include the Kenya Young Parliamentarians so that we could build an existing parliamentary youth engagement mechanism rather than creating a parallel one. And so that is why Faraja African Foundation is working in collaboration with the Kenya Young Parliamentarians Association. Today, we are moving from discussions to practice. And I believe many members in the House would agree with me. We've talked so much, we now need to move into practice. We want the Kenya Vijana Assembly to grow to a credible national youth parliament platform, rooted in Kenya's institutions, connected to young people across the counties, who are able to move issues from dialogue to structured debates, resolutions, and follow-ups. And we are not starting from an empty space. The Kenya Young Parliamentarians Association has built experience through the Bunge Youth Dialogues, connecting young people and legislators around issues that matter to them. Our partnerships gives us an opportunity to make the two approaches reinforced to another. The Bunge Youth Dialogue can sustain engagement throughout the year and take conversations closer to young people in different counties. The Kenya Vijana Assembly, drawing from the National Youth Parliament approach, provides the structured national seating where those issues can be developed, motioned, debated, amended, resolved, and placed on record. And after that, a conversation that continues. Dialogue informs assembly. The assembly gives those issues a parliamentary pathway. The resolutions must then return to institutions and communities, the responsibility that we all bear in this house. This is how both platforms become stronger. The assembly also comes in the same month as we mark the International Youth Day, under the global theme, Different Context, Common Aspirations. For Kenya Vijana Assembly, we have brought the idea closer home through our theme, Different Counties, Common Aspirations. The realities of young people in Nairobi may differ from those in Turkana, those in Kisumu, and those in Mombasa. But many of our aspirations are shared. We want opportunities to work and build meaningful livelihoods. We want enterprise to complete fairly. We want access to health and well-being. And we want a participation seriously in decision and shaping our lives. The motion before this assembly brings those aspirations into practice. Public policy questions that we all have today. How do we improve the transition from education and training into employment? Are public procurement opportunities intended for youth-owned enterprise, translating into real economic opportunities, including timely payments? And can young people really access the sexual and reproductive health and mental health services they need? Those are not simply youth topics for conferences. They are questions of policy, they are questions of public resources that needs to be implemented and be held accountable. And this is where I want to speak directly to the leaders and institutions represented here today. Whereas young people need to take spaces such as this seriously, our institutions must take young people seriously, as well as both institutions being taken seriously by young people. And as I conclude, I hope we all take this responsibility seriously as youth parliamentarians. To every young leader in this room, taking a seat in this assembly takes the responsibility seriously. Read the motion, question them, amend them where necessary, disagree respectfully, listen to one another, defend your positions, and when questions are put forward, please answer them and answer them correctly. What happens next? We all have the responsibility to build a better Kenya and, by extension, a better world. I thank you.
Thank you very much. I now call upon the Honorable Gitonga Mukunji, who will give his remarks and deliver the State of the Youth Address.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, distinguished guests, fellow parliamentarians. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I think you're supposed to be very much excited to be in this house. You once tried to come through the fence, but now you're here seated comfortably. Nobody is running away with the maze. So I think you should be a little bit excited. And I want to take this opportunity on behalf of the National Assembly to welcome all of you. to this house, this coveted house, and wish that next year we will not have a mock parliament. We'll have the parliament itself with you people around. This is the house of debate. Parliament, where you're seated, is called the house of debate. Actually, it is highly discouraged to read speeches in this house. You are supposed to actually debate from your mind, your thoughts, and if you want to read a speech, you read outside. The only people who read speeches are either the president when he comes to give the state of the nation. For members of parliament, you debate. And I wish to see debates in this mock parliament. I want to see debate in this mock parliament. I would have wished to see a few point of orders when our speakers are giving speeches, so that I know people are listening and are also thinking on what is being said. But honorable members and honorable speaker, let me first introduce myself. My name is Gitonga Mukunji. I am the member of parliament elected member of parliament, because we are very many who are not elected, of a place called Manyata constituency in Embu County. I'm also the chairman, Young Parliamentarian Association, KYPA. And the reason why you are here is because of KYPA. I am also, God willing, not be back in this house next year, because I'm going for governor position in Embu County. I normally say, and I quote, form ni kujituma. And I normally say that usipojituma, utatumwa. Na ukitumwa, utatumiwa. So I welcome all of you in this house, and I want you to enjoy yourselves. Take your time. Really wish to be seated in that seat next year. And while we were discussing with Faraja, we have agreed that we must have a parliament that 70% is of the young people. We must have a parliament that 70% is of the young people. Whatever it takes must be done to ensure that 70% of parliament today or next election is of the young people. And I'll say a few reasons why. One is because I've noticed in my time in parliament, the 4 years I've been in parliament, I've noticed the many young members are free thinkers. They make decisions, yes, with consultation, but without undue influence, especially with the executive and others. And I am a witness for that, because even having been elected as a member of parliament with the UDA party, I have voted against bills that have been pushed by the executive, including the Finance Bill 2024. And of course, I risked it all simply because I know if something happens, I have a tomorrow that I can redo what I have done. But when you're an old member of parliament, normally you make decisions that are aligned to some strict things that are in your head. So I propose we push to have young members of parliament. Let everybody who is here today be inspired. Let everybody that is here today be inspired to go for that seat in their constituencies. Let everybody that is here today be inspired to support a political party that is going to give them a nomination in this house and come and change the law in this nation. And I'm saying that knowing very well, it aligns with the theme of the day. I have been in this parliament now for 4 years, as I've said, and I've been the chairman, Young Parliamentarians for almost now 3 years, almost 3 years. We have been doing these mock parliaments for the young people. And every time I speak to the young people here in this chamber, my work is, as a chairman, is to inspire people to see that the change that they highly request and wish for cannot come from other people. It must come from us. And that is why we agreed as Kenya Young Parliamentarians that we are going to be ensuring that we do this experience to sit in that seat of the Deputy Minority Whip today. And Minority Whip is not an easy job. But I hope you feel this place. You leave this place inspired to go for that seat in your constituency and dream even bigger, not only outside the normal governance areas, but also even outside. And I wish you all the best for that. The theme of today, different counties, same aspirations, is something that I've been thinking about. And I believe that, honorable members and Speaker, we have to really align our aspirations. This nation today, especially this week, has been celebrating 16 years since we got the new constitution. And the new constitution came with a new governance system. Interestingly also, there has been a conversation of introducing a new dream, the Vision 2060. And I believe, honorable members, everything that is discussed that is of the future and as of present, the center of it is the young people of this nation. The driving gear is the young people of this nation. And that is why I call upon members today to take time and think about the future of our nation, to take stock of where we are as a nation today. The Vision 2030, inspired by Honorable Mwai Kibaki, was a very elaborate document that was easy to take stock in and ensure that we get to the middle level in our economy by the year 2030. As we think about our common aspirations, we also have to enlighten ourselves with the common problems that we are having as a nation. And as I was thinking about this, I came to conclude that one of our biggest issues is a governance issue of this nation today. We have a serious problem with governance. And how do we tackle that problem of governance? We can only tackle the problem of governance by the like-minded young people, the like-minded leaders who believe in good governance, getting into the positions of power and getting into the positions of leadership. Honorable members, this is our last, I would say, International Youth Month, or the last mock assembly, bunge for young people, before we get to the 2027 elections. Because we have done it every year in the International Youth Week. So you're here today, honorable members, and we'll release you to your counties to inspire the young people in the election that is coming, to give us leaders that really care about good governance, not about tokenism, not about political waves, but good governance, honorable members. We can talk of Vision 2060, but we know as long as we don't have good governance, we will always be below expectations. Because, honorable members, we need to realize that you can dream of building the best country, but you cannot dream about a good country when corruption is actually cutting it from below and ensuring that we don't have resources. Misuse of public resources, honorable members. The fact that today it is normal for public funds to just disappear and we go on as a country without anybody questioning it is something that will not allow us to even dream of the Vision 2060. Honorable members, many of you read newspapers. This year alone, you'll see newspapers screaming with headlines of Shah has lost money. Some money has disappeared from here. But if we work on our governance issue, honorable members, that's the only time we can have a dream and achieve those dreams. Honorable members, with good governance, our debts will not be soaring to the skies without tangible results. Today we are talking of debts close to 13 trillion. 13 trillion, honorable members. Our budget yearly, honorable members, you know very well that our budget, we read a budget of 4.5 trillion for this financial year. So we are having our debt beyond even what this country can be able to get. And it will continue going up. Results on the usage of our resources, our taxes today. Interestingly, as we are here today, there are demonstrations right here next to us of traders from Nyamakema that are in the street saying that the taxes are killing their businesses. Taxation is killing what they have built. A tax regime, honorable members, cannot be a regime that is going to grow our economy. And somebody said you cannot tax people to prosperity. I agree with them. Honorable members, taxes must match deliverables. Deliverables come with oversight of members of parliament and members of the Senate. That is why I'm saying, and this is my very key point today, that every member that is here today must live with a question of knowing how we are going to get good governance. And we have a chance in the next election to get good governance in this country, honorable members. Honorable members, our security forces. Today, it's a normal conversation to talk about goonism. It's a normal conversation for you who want a political seat to go into a meeting and your meeting is interrupted. And the excuses that continue coming from the security apparatus are not making it better. They are making it worse. That you don't know who is going to protect you. Honorable members, it is a question of governance. That goonism is a conversation in this country. It's a question of who is holding the mantle. And I want to conjure your ideas and ensure you think about how you need your next phase of life to be. When we are having a conversation on security apparatus, and the most common words that come from our security chiefs is goons, goons, goons. It is a question of asking, what is going wrong? And honorable members, I want to request you, as you think about leadership, you think about how we are going to get people who are serious in our security. Honorable members, the young people of this nation face a lot of challenges. I interact with many of you. Today, depression is a normal thing. Many of you are in campus today. I've gone through a very strong and very desperate moment in the new funding model. Today, many of you who are graduates will graduate with loans of 1 million Kenya shillings, which is supposed to be paid by you. And these loans are coming in when job opportunities are very low. I need you to think about this, that today, and I heard the head of state coming out clearly and saying that he wants the university education to be free. But what he did not clearly say, it is not free, but a postponed debt to be paid by an employed graduate. Honorable members, as we think about this, we need to ask ourselves, how do we increase the opportunities for our graduates? Many of you are student leaders. How do we ensure that in the next 5 years, and remember every year, honorable members, we have 1 million graduates coming to the job market. How do we ensure we accommodate into the job market these graduates? And this is a question of governance. I want to repeat, this is a question of governance. Welcome, Honorable Senator Ezena. Honorable members, we need to ask ourselves, the many graduates that are accumulating in this nation, what is their fate? And I would say that if this problem is not solved, the 2024 scenario that happened in this nation will look like a child game in the next 3 years if we don't look at how we are going to accommodate the graduates that are coming into our job market. And as we think about this, we must come up with a good plan to ensure that the most conversation that is happening by the leadership in the executive must be around job creation. I fully disagree that we can depend in another country's job creation. I fully disagree with the people that say that our people can only be accommodated in the Gulf, Dubai, and other places. We must have our own homegrown solutions when it comes to issues of job. What happened to our industrialization agenda? What happened to value addition of our produce? And honorable members, as you debate today, and as you think about our common inspiration, expectation, we must also think about how we are going to have jobs created. The issue of alcoholism is all over in the social media today. There is a deliberate effort to make our youth numb and confused by introducing crazy kind of alcohols that have funny names and that are actually not real alcohol but poison. This is a conversation of security apparatus. And honorable members, as you debate today, you must ask yourselves, what is it that we as young people can do to ensure that we hold the people who are in this leadership position, honorable members, to account. Lastly, honorable members, campaigns are here. There is a route that leaders have taken of handouts, tokenism, just to ensure we confuse and ensure that they have their way. I would request the members that are in this Senate today to think critically of how we can have good voter education, election mobilization that is outside the issues of tokenism, so that we can be able to go far. Because this is not a conversation we should have after 2028, when we have gotten a chance to clean up our nation. Honorable members, Kenya Young Parliamentarian Association is a bipartisan organization. We are of different political affiliations. Myself, I stand on one side. Others are on the other side. But we have agreed in commonality that the issues of young people must be discussed with sober minds, without political party agendas being on the table. And as we celebrate 16 years since the new constitution, the issue of constitution arises. The issue of how we are going to protect that beautiful document and ensure that we empower it is a question that must be answered. It is a question that we must take stock on. Issue of human rights. It is not illegal to demonstrate. It's a fact. Demonstrations are the last resort when it comes to the harassment by the government. But honorable members, we need to ask ourselves how to empower and ensure that as we demonstrate, there is also part of ensuring that everybody else has a right as you ask for your rights. I want to take this opportunity, honorable members, to welcome you to this Senate. I also want to introduce you my very good guests who are from various places. I will start with Honorable Member Baba Malondera from Malawi. This is the Secretary General of AfroPAC. He is also the nation's representative in the African young parliamentarians. And I would like him to come, make a few remarks, and say hi and tell us how Malawi is doing. Our members, help me welcome Honorable Baba Malondera.
Thank you so much. Allow me to recognize the presence of the Speaker, and congratulations, sir. I hope this is just but the beginning, and you're nurturing a great future for yourself and for this great nation, Kenya. Congratulations. And Deputy Speaker, in the interest of time, all protocols are observed, and I'm just sliding on all the protocols. But allow me to recognize the presence of my dear sister, Senator Vijana, who is here. And at the same time, I have a dear brother from South Africa, Honorable Vuyo, and Honorable Kunji from around. Thank you so much. There's a colleague by the name Anthony, CEO. But when all is said and done, I would like to wish you well as you aspire to be parliamentarians in Kenya. Colleagues, it's not easy, especially the youth, because politics has completely been monetized. And because of financial challenges, it is difficult for the youth to get to positions, but it is possible. Do not get distracted. To the young ones, especially the girl child, those aspiring to be there, do not allow yourself to be used for you to get to positions. You can get there without somebody misusing you and anything that God gave you. Colleagues, let me just say one thing through you, Mr. Speaker, that seated in this room, there are people who have a background that doesn't include anyone in their family having been in politics. Even financial levels are just too low. I'll give my clear example. My dad and mom separated when I was 6. Ended up divorcing, and in the end, I was a street kid in the streets of Malawi. But God willing, was raised by stepfather, and with time, went back to school, having had a stop for about 3-4 years. But eventually ended up at the University of Malawi, and went to Norway for postgraduate and back to Malawi. But looking at how the country was being run, I decided to claim my space and share within the political setting. At the age of 28, I decided to venture into active politics when nobody thought son of a poor man could venture into such kind of an arena. I decided to do that in 2012 when I was slightly young, but in 2014, at the age of 32, I contested as a member of parliament, and I miserably lost. But for me, that loss was a key learning moment. I had to sit down and to objectively reflect the things that had made me lose the general elections. The first thing, for me, it was ethnicity. I contested in an area which was a stronghold for another political party, but I decided to contest under a different political party because I respect women in leadership. And at that stage, the president of the country was Her Excellency Dr. Joyce Banda. And because I respect women, I decided to work with her. But in the end, I failed. I went back, I joined private sector, I did everything that I was doing. I was a regional manager for Unilever, and Unilever sold broadband to Upfield, and I became a country manager. In 2019, at the age of 37, I decided to go out in a serious manner because I had amassed enough resources, because I had noted that ethnicity was a drawback, finances were a drawback. I made sure everything. And I contested as an independent member of parliament, and I grabbed it without ease, and that made me to become a member of parliament. Few take-homes for those who are aspiring to become members of parliament. You cannot compete, or you cannot have a great campaign without touching on education. What is it that you're going to do when it comes to education? What is it that you're going to do to the people that are going to elect you when it comes to agriculture? What is it that you're going to do when you're elected as a member of parliament when it comes to health? So these 3 things pushed me to have a good campaign, and I won. In the end, I got to know good friends from here, and I'm glad that a lot of young parliamentarians from our forum are maintaining their seats. And I'm now serving my 2nd term in parliament with a landslide victory in 2025. When I got to parliament, I challenged 2 things, and I was elected as a chairperson of Public Accounts Committee, the same person who lost in 2014. As I'm standing here, I'm the chairperson of Public Accounts Committee in Malawi. And within Southern Africa, SADC, I'm the Treasurer General for all Public Accounts Committees in Southern Africa. And as I'm standing in this room, I'm the Secretary General for all Public Accounts Committees in Africa. So whenever you've been, you face challenges, don't give up. Rise and claim your space on the table. Many youth who are aspiring to contest, and they think the older ones are going to give you the position on a silver platter. Colleagues, that's a lie. Wake up, remain focused, and go fight and claim your fair share on the seat that you're supposed to take. But do not expect the odd ones to give us the seats that we are occupying now. As I move out of the youth, because now I'm 43, and I'm no longer a youth. But I was inspired by Baba, the late. And in November 2024, we traveled, the youth of the different corners of Africa to Addis in Ethiopia, just to support the late Baba that he used to have. May his soul rest in peace. And I remember our dear sister Senate was on the forefront, mobilizing youth across, young parliamentarians across Africa. But you had a president who never became a president. May his soul rest in peace. And in that meeting, I had said that in a distance from Lilongwe, Malawi, there was another Baba who was just following the real Baba, and that's the more reason I traveled. Unfortunately, during that period, I was unable to travel, but I suspended whatever I was doing for 5 days just to mourn a great son of Africa, our own dear Baba from Kenya. As I go back to take my seat, I just want to wish you well and request that you go out in numbers and contest. Because seated in this room, I can see bright minds. We have readers who are just acquiring loans on our behalf. Our countries are bleeding. Seated in a conference that I came to attend in Kenya on data and development, I hate that Kenya, for example, is sitting at around 16 trillion. And even in this room, my colleague, Kunji, has indicated that out of the 16 trillion, you're now having a budget of somewhere around 4.5 trillion. It simply means you're not balancing your books. We must do something. And that something can only be done by those who are seriously thinking of the next generation. It's very unfortunate that most of our parliamentarians, most of our leaders, they focus too much on the next generation. I've heard so many people are gearing up for the next generation next year, somewhere around August here in Kenya. But I would like to ask you to think, apart from focusing on the next generation, can you focus on the next generation? What is it that the next generation is going to have from you? Many times when politicians are acquiring debt in dollars, when our currencies are just very poor to withstand such kind of shocks, in an event of devaluation, you find that a country has been plunged into unrealistic debt because of, without necessarily borrowing even a cent, because you borrowed using foreign currencies. We need young minds, we need the youth to be in parliament, to be in Senate, and make sure that we stop governments from doing that. Because many are times when sitting governments borrow as we approach elections so that they can finance the elections. But in that case, you are also affecting the future of so many people in a given country. Can we move and step up our aspirations and stand to be guided, stand to be counted, and in fact, not just go into the competition just to participate, go out, participate, but with a winning mentality and grab the seats as the youth have demonstrated. I wish you well, may God bless you, and may God give you guidance, and at most, make sure that you win. If you lose, it's fine, it's part of life. But one thing for sure, if you lose the elections, do not lose your life, and make sure we meet in the next generation, which will be under the Heavenly Father, not these cosmetic leaderships that we have occupied in this every life. Thank you so much.
Wow, what a wonderful speech from Baba Malondera. And I remember when we met in Addis, and Baba was vying for the African Union position, he also encouraged us very much by making sure that we know Baba was inspiring people, even in Malawi. May so continue to rest in peace. Now, honorable members, I want to invite Vuyo Zungula from South Africa. He's the SG of African Youth Parliamentarian Network, which is an organization that I also belong in. Please help me welcome Honorable Member Vuyo Zungula. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, let me first appreciate and congratulate you on your election. I also want to take this moment to greet our leaders, Honorable Mukunji, the leadership of KYPA, Honorable Hezena, Honorable Malondera from Malawi, and I want to greet also Anthony Buluma, and I want to say to each and every one of you honorable members, Jambo. Let me start by saying leadership is a divine spiritual calling. The reason why I'm saying that, it is because you can't be a leader without having any form of being grounded spiritually. The reason why we are having this crisis as a continent, it is because the leaders that are presiding over the affairs of the different countries are approaching leadership from a capitalism perspective. They are orientated towards being capitalists. Their view is to accumulate power, accumulate wealth by the virtue of them being in leadership. They do not have a perspective of understanding leadership as a divine spiritual calling, whereby there is a connection with the Creator and a connection with the people that we serve. As Africans, we are spiritual beings. And because we are spiritual beings, as young people, we need to go back to the roots of what it means to be a true leader in the African context. The reason why the continent and different countries are suffering, it is because they approach leadership from a Western orientation or Western side of leadership. They are not grounded on what it means to be a true leader using our values and our conscience as leaders of Africa. It is a crisis whereby you go to different countries, you ask yourself, if Thomas Sankara was able to transform Burkina Faso in under 3 years, yet other countries, they've got leaders who have been presiding over those countries for over 40 years. They've never done even half or 10% the things Thomas Sankara has done. So the challenge here, or the root cause of the problems we face in our continent, it is the leadership. Whilst there will be institutions, whether it is parliament, the office of the public protector, the judiciary, and all other institutions which should bring about good governance in our countries. However, without the correct application of true African leadership, none of those institutions will have any form of impact in our countries, precisely because a car is only as good as its driver. You could have the best car in the entire world with the best machine, best engine, etc. But if the driver of that car is reckless, that car will get into an accident and lives will be lost and many people will suffer. So it is important as young people to ask ourselves, what does it mean to be a true leader? What does it mean to be grounded spiritually? What does it mean to have values that drive us as young leaders? What does it mean to have revolutionary conscience, whereby even if you are alone in a room and you're about to take a decision, there's a voice in you that is saying, this is how you need to do things. You are not influenced by money, you are not influenced by status, but you are influenced by the desire to improve the material conditions of the people you serve. So if we approach leadership as young people, simply by wanting to be co-opted in the spaces or to conform to this type of leadership that we see in our countries that is not taking us anywhere. We are not going to move our countries. We need transformational leadership. And transformational leadership can only come if we as young people are transformed ourselves. So it becomes important, therefore, to understand that the death of our continent is only because of the people that are presiding over our respective countries. We can work on institutions, we can have the best legislative guidelines, we can have the best institutions, but if we do not have the right set of leaders, nothing is going to change. Therefore, it becomes important that we need to anchor as young people to say, yes, we see the institutions, we see the parliaments, but what does it mean to be the leader that we need to be, not only for ourselves, but also for the generations that will come after us? Because as leaders, we need to understand that the decisions that we are taking now either will make or break the next generations. However, if we do not have any form of conscience, we are going to drive our respective countries towards collapse simply because we don't care how our children and their children will live. But if we're guided and we're grounded on proper spiritual African leadership, we are going to have a conscience to say, by us becoming members of parliament, it is an honor and it is a privilege. And it must not be something that must be taken for granted. You are not here because you are better than any other persons. You are here because there are people that, through their hope in you, elected you to represent them in this august house. Therefore, if you are guided then by understanding that it is not because you are better, you are here because there's someone who got out of their house trusting and hoping in you that if you are part of this house, you are going to best represent them. Therefore, you cannot afford as a young leader to be disconnected from the realities of the people you serve. You cannot be disconnected and disjointed from the very same electorate that you serve, because you exist as a young leader for one purpose and one purpose only, which is to serve the people that elected you. So that is the notion that we must live by. And as young people, we need to live by the mantra that says, nothing about us without us. And what we mean by that, nothing about us without us, is that we must not be satisfied with young people participation. Many governmental institutions, they'll want to tick a box to say, where this consultation, X number of young people were there. But the influence is not there. They already come to these meetings already taking decisions. They bring a young person just to legitimize their decision making, to say, but a young person was there. But when young people participate in these gatherings, nothing moves, nothing changes. So what we need to drive and demand as young people, we must demand influence. Because without influence, we do not change things. But we can participate, tick a box, sign a register that you are there, nothing is going to change. But with influence, it means decision making is able to change to be aligned with our interest as young people. Therefore, I want to wish you all the best as young people of Kenya. I want to really emphasize the point that you need to be united. We may be different, coming from different counties, but what is important is that all of us here are Kenyans. And because all of us, or all of you, are Kenyans, it becomes important that we put the interest of the country ahead of the interest of the respective counties that you are coming from. As I conclude, like I stated earlier, leadership is a divine spiritual calling. Therefore, it is important that you must always invite the Almighty in each and everything that you do. Because the Almighty then reminds you, even if you're alone in your room, alone in your office, that you are in this particular position for the benefit of the people that you serve. And having said that, I want to really emphasize that God must bless you, He must keep you, must protect you, and He must make you to grow. You may be here, part of the Bunge Youth Parliament today, but come next year, come the following years, you must be full members of Parliament. The next Speaker of Parliament must come from this particular forum. The next governors, the next president must come from this forum. It is important that we need to dream. It is important that we need to work towards achieving our goals. Mungu akubariki, asante sana.
Thank you very much, Vuyo Zungula. And I was hoping to have, in South Africa, we normally hear of Amandla, and then Viva. And of course, honorable members and speaker, it is important to get different perspectives from various nations of our African continent. Because as long as we live, we are Africans, and Africa should be our business. But also, in the spirit of the common inspiration, Africa aligns with many of the problems that we are facing as a nation, and also it aligns with the same aspirations that we have as this nation. And I like the first speaker that represented our sponsors that said we need to come from talk to work. I would say from talk to stock, so that we are able to move. Honorable members, I want to invite Honorable Senator Vijana, who is our treasurer in the Kenya Young Parliamentarian Association. She is the one who holds the pass, and she's a member of this Honorable House of Senate. Also a very serious inspiration to many young girls in this nation. Her fight to get a nomination in ODM party, her fight in Samburu to be the next senator, is a fight that will inspire many of you. Honorable members, help me welcome Senator Vijana.
Thank you, Chair and Honorable Speaker, my colleagues, Honorable Vuyo from South Africa, Honorable Baba Malondera from Malawi, and the Chairman, Honorable Gitonga Mukunji. And to you, my fellow colleagues, Honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Thank you so much for having me today, and I want to welcome you. We are unfortunately on recess as the Senate, so you guys have picked me out of my holiday. But nonetheless, it's my humble pleasure and humility and honor to serve you. I want to welcome my colleagues from the African Young Parliamentarians to the Senate of Kenya. This is where we spend most of our days. So I have spent my life in this house for the past, for good cumulative amount of time for the past 3 years in this house. And I sit right there where that gentleman with the sunglasses is sitting. Behind, that's my chair. First of all, I'm humbled and I give gratitude to the Almighty God for giving me this opportunity to serve the youth of Kenya, the marginalized communities of my country, and the people of Kenya at large. I also want to honor my Baba, the late His Excellency Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, the brains behind democracy that is very, very widely admired in Africa, not, I think, in the world, the most zealous man in our country. He's quite an inspiration to the whole continent. And I want to agree with my brother, Honorable Baba Malondera, that he's the president that we never had. And it's so unfortunate because I do not understand why the world always picks the good people. Have you noticed the wicked people live long? Eh? So I keep wondering, why don't the bad people go faster? And anyway, that is for that, that is not for me to decide. But nonetheless, I'm very honored and humbled to be able to serve in this house. And I appreciate the experiences shared by my brothers from other countries. I'm sorry I missed most of the chairman's speech, but being my friend, I think I kind of understand what the journey has seemed. And I know most of you sitting here today would look forward to be members of parliament tomorrow, to be politicians, to be leaders. How many would want to be politicians? By show of hands. Not all of them, majority of them. How many would want to be leaders? By show of hands. All of you. I can see there is some who want to be none of that, which is still fine. But I like that most of you want to be leaders and not politicians. The two are very, very intertwined at the hip, in the sense that in a budding democracy like Kenya, for you to be a leader, you have to get into the system because you can only change the system from within. And it looks like because there is too much aggression in this country from all quarters and all interests, you cannot just be a leader without playing politics. Someone once told me there is politics everywhere in Kenya, including in the kitchen when the mama decides who gets the fattest chapati or who gets the smallest chapati. That's how politics is. And that tells you why most young people or young members of parliament feel very marginalized within parliament. And I want to agree with someone who said, I think it's Honorable, is it, I think it is Honorable Baba Malondera. He said that, no, it's Honorable Vuyo, sorry, I beg your pardon. He said that young people are brought through whichever processes, including nomination, yeah, just to fill a demographic, to show the young people that you have a representation in parliament. We are given associations like Kenya Young Parliamentarians Association, just for you, the public, to see that, the young people have a space in parliament. But when it comes to critical involvement of young people within parliament, it's unfortunate that I have to tell you, most of them are not considered for critical committees. So it is not enough to get into parliament. You're not considered for critical committees. You are not, actually, you might not even get a strong committee at all. Forget about even the committee leadership. And when you're in the House, I'm glad the Senate has fewer members, but when you're in the National Assembly, priority, I think, is always given to the ranking members to speak. So the young members also have to fight for the eye of the speaker. Anyway, what am I saying? What I am saying is that it's not enough to have few people in parliament and for you to imagine that all your interests are taken care of. This country needs a serious overhaul. And the reason why many of you say that you're not being heard, we had the Gen Z uprising where they felt like the government was quite aloof from the people. There's a huge gap between the people and the youth, especially, who make up the largest demographic, and the leadership of the country. It's because most of you are not in tables where decisions are made. So when I say we need an overhaul, I am saying you should deliberately, without prejudice, vote or vote again that young member of parliament that is vying in your constituency or county. If you truly feel like you have the courage and you want to change this country, make sure most young people are brought to this house, to both houses of parliament. Because as long as you're not forming up the majority here, the game will continue. And in the game, your pawns, they are the real people who are playing the game. And no amount of revolution can change that. No amount of getting to the streets can change that. Do you know why? Because they say young people are very good at making noise, filling those tour buses, vans, dancing and playing with so much energy that they have of their youth. They'll make noise. They'll go to social media and put up a very strong and brave face, attacking somebody, including the government, including the presidency, very boldly, very intellectually. And you can tell this person is very well informed. But when it comes to the actual work, which requires you to not go to rave or kesha the night before the date of August, you're like, I'm not feeling like getting up. Then who goes to vote? The older people. We have seen old women being carried in mkokotenis to go and vote. But a young person, as long as you have a slight hangover, you didn't wake up on the right foot, you're not in the mood, politics is not your thing, you sit back, then you let the real people who understand power go get the power through the ballot. And then you come here and cry to Ezena, being your representative in the Senate, for not working so hard to represent you. I just want to tell you a little bit about how I joined politics, because I insist, I'm not a politician, I am a leader. And it's been so hard for this house to corrupt me. And the reason I say this is that I think I'm one of those people who was forced by her people to get into politics. I have never in my life dreamt of being a politician. Not once did I participate in what you guys are participating in today. And I think in school, I was not even involved in SONU politics. I was just there to vote on the day that SONU has elections. But how did I get here? So I was a humanitarian. I was working for the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission of Kenya. And I felt very fulfilled working there because, I'm putting things in order. I'm ensuring no public resources are lost. But then COVID came and I was forced to distribute food to my people because my county was one of those counties where there was a huge gap between actual problems and leadership. Don't let anything you see on social media fool you. Things on the ground are very different. So me, a young girl who's just working as a civil servant, would save a quarter of our salary to buy food for my people, to buy masks and sanitary pads. Oh my God. My mind is on sanitary pads. What is it called? Sanitizers, sorry. And for COVID, yes. And the more I was distributing, the more people were asking me to buy. And I was telling them, for me to be a successful politician in this country, because I grew up in a political family, for me to be a successful politician meant that I have to lie with a straight face. And I have zero time for that. Me, I will tell you the truth so that you deal with it. And it turned out the pressure was so much, thanks to the youth of Samburu. They started a page and they were facilitating me to buy. If you go, I think it's on Facebook, that page still exists. Hezena Lemaletian for Women Rep, Samburu County. And I was like, what? But there's one thing I have in me. I do not like disappointing people. I will take a bullet for people because we die once. So eventually I succumbed. But I didn't succumb so easily into vying. I think some of the politicians back then, female politicians, started attacking me because they knew I'm coming for either of their seats. You know, in a patriarchal community, when they see a woman has some ambition, everyone will be prepared that I think there was so many guesses about what seat I was going for. So I started being attacked. And I'm not even vying. I have not even declared. I'm not even a politician in my heart. Everyone knew that. So the attacks encouraged me. I was like, oh, so I like fighting and I will participate. If the fight has come to me, I take part in it. So that is how I decided I was vying. But then I remember coming back to Nairobi just before I made the decision. And I found this very old woman. She was a Turkana lady in a place called Archer's Post in Samburu East. And she kept telling me, she was very old, and she was living in a house made of plastic bags and sticks, and she had nothing. She was sleeping on bare ground, and this is a very hot area. She had no mattress, no blanket. And she was asking who is coming into my house. She was told it's a young girl who's bringing food. And she asked, is she a leader, an elected leader? She was told no, she's just a young girl who's distributing food. And she said, she told the boys in Turkana language, please tell this young lady to go and vie, because I've already seen her in parliament. And I think God is trying to show her where she should go, but she's not yet made up her mind. And that thing haunted me when I came back to Nairobi. That is how I decided, okay, let me vie. But let me tell you, that decision threw me into the deep end with sharks, because then these were murky terrains. I had zero experience in politics. I knew nobody. I was only in ODM, but I was in ODM in the village. Here in Nairobi, I knew nobody in ODM. And when was this? This was 2018. My goodness, was it 2018 or 2019 when COVID began? And I was like, how am I going to do it? So because technically I'm a young girl, I look the way I look, I will have a lot of opposition, which I've made peace with it, Bwana. And you hate me because of how I look, that's your problem. You hate me because I'm young, that's your problem. Because of my tribal clan, that's your problem. Because that I was a model and models are considered blondes, that's your problem. I know who I am and I know what I want. And I forged forward with that courage. And now I realized there was a big problem. I was not properly aligned with a political party. And I'm giving this story. And after this story, that's where I'm ending my speech, because I want young people to learn. Pick a thing or two from there. For you to have gotten here, you are definitely intellectuals. I do not need to mince anything for it to be palatable. So I realized without a political party, I am nowhere. Why? Young people. Political parties are the ones that fund young people with nothing. You have no money, you cannot run as an independent candidate without money. Forget the 1-2 stories you hear somebody was riding in a bicycle. There is so much than what meets the eye. Niwachanue. Even the independent people are aligned somewhere, only that they are not saying, okay? So you have to know somebody politically. Once you know somebody politically, get yourself registered in a political party. And that is what I did. Now, you're coming from a very small county without electricity and water. Nobody knows you. Nobody knows anybody. And you're in the city looking for these political parties. How do you start? One way to start is you join the lobby groups, okay? You have those, what are they called? For example, we had Vijana na Raho, we had Daughters of Raila. Kenya Kwanza had what? Youth for Root, Wins for Ruto. You see those small Queens for Ruto, yeah, queens and kings. Join whichever. Align yourself. Then from there, cut out your, build your brand by making sure you're visible. Usiende kukaa nywe. You see, my brother here is very visible with his red hat. That is one thing that I had to pay to be taught. And I was taught by a foreign institution, not a local institution. I hope our donors are hearing. Teach our people, young people, practical things that they can leave the room and utilize. So after you brand yourself, you build your visibility. It could be on how you dress, how you speak. Be consistent. You have seen the young people among us who've built themselves from the way they speak. Someone like Morara, it's called what? Morara somebody. Yes, Morara Kebaso. The way he talks, he has already branded himself, yeah? That's why it's easy for comedians to get into politics. Then you are left there, you are thinking, me with all my brain and the seriousness I have of this life, why is a comedian being elected? It's because they have a brand and you don't. So branding yourself gives you the startup capital in the investment that is called politics. So it could be the way you dress, the way you speak, or the way you know what to do. I'm not a marketer, so ask the people in marketing to help you with that. It could also be your behavior. Someone chooses to be rogue throughout, and they are known for that. Someone chooses to be vulgar throughout or mysterious, and you market that. Secondly, you register in a political party. Make sure you are a registered member. Make sure you're a registered member. Once you are registered, show your usefulness to that party. So for me, first of all, I started vying. Now I'm vying if you remember my posters, they were green and white, basically showing I had no political party, because I knew there was an aspirant for ODM, and she was a very strong lady. I think she's the current women rep Samburu. Fast forward, I vied for the women rep seat, but I was not branding myself with any political party colors. You also have to raise your bargaining power. Usijirushe tu umejiweka tu. So then I started my grassroots campaigns. Now I'm here moving around the county. Luckily for me, I had good friends who will chip in fuel and all that and support me. They'll give me cars, food, masks, and all that. And I started my campaign. But I made it clear to my people that I have no money to ditch out. So just listen to me, because you're the ones who forced me to vie. First of all, I don't even want to be here. And pressure increased, and you say pressure makes diamonds. So the more I was being fought, the more I was doing and building my visibility at the grassroots, the more I was being fought, and the more strong I became. And then I came to Nairobi. I identified my ideologies with the late Baba. But I don't know this man. I had not met him yet. And between me and Baba were so many shacks. There were so many ladders full of thorns. How was I going to climb that? So I decided, let me align myself with Daughters of Raila, because these are girls just like me and I can get them. Once I'm in there, I'll do my thing. So I aligned myself with Daughters of Raila. We were wearing a lot of pink shirts and dancing. I realized, no, I don't want to dance. I have to move. Then I woke up one day, because I realized even that one let me tell you, there is a cartel everywhere in this life. That one also had a cartel of like 5 people who are close to who is SG, who is what. The rest of us were nowhere. We were marginalized like the counties we come from. So we became friends, we the marginalized. We joined forces. The pastoralist counties, which are 15, and those other counties that are occupied by Bantus, but still marginalized. You know, people are not equal in this country. We had Tana River, we had Kilifi, the coastal counties. some counties in Western, North Kenya, Northeastern. We became a strong bloc. Then they came up with a strategy that they need chapter leaders. And I was elected as chapter leader for the Ma counties. And then consequently, the Rift Valley chapter leader. From then I was like, I'm making progress. I would have never been elected technically. So after that, when we realized these people are doing more dancing than anything else, and the rest were just feeling the crowd, we moved. I told them we are going to move, and we are going to move boldly. So we started a lobby group called Vijana was formed. And guess who was invited by strangers to come and campaign and be the chairperson of that lobby group? It was who? Yours truly. But then these people are thrusting me to the front, and I didn't want that. But I was already trending across the country because somehow there was a poster of Samburu aspirant for women rep that was trending all over the country. So there was already so much attention on me. And I decided, let me cultivate this attention, even though my friends know I'm the person who wants the earth to open up and swallow me. I do not want the limelight. But there I was. And I know that when God gives you a vision or a dream, he gives you the right people at the right time to propel that. And sometimes the right things to say. When you think you don't know anything to say, God puts the right words in your mouth. So eventually we formed the lobby group. I refused to be the chairperson. I handed it over to a brother of mine from Mount Kenya because I thought these were majority. You have to be rational. Githaiga. It's called Githaiga. You have to be rational. If people are minority, they are minority. If they are majority, they are majority. There's nothing you can do about it. And I accepted to be the SG. We started the fight. I worked so hard, my friends, because I wanted to see Raila Odinga. So what did I do? Of course, I have the passion to fight for my people. I told you I'll take a bullet for my people, for anyone I stand for. And we had these BBIs, we had Azimio, we had what? One died, the other one was born. And one thing led to another. I was chosen by the Ma youth as the youth spokesperson whenever we have a big event that required the young people to be there. And let me tell you, do not despise the friendships you make right now. The people who pushed me forward were the people I was with in the university, the people I formed Kenya Ma Students Association with. And I was not even in leadership, I was just there. So I was just there in solidarity. They are the ones who pushed me. So they told me I have to go and represent something before Raila Odinga. But before that, I had also volunteered to draft the recommendations for the Ma community, the counties. Ma occupy the 4 counties: Samburu, Narok, Kajiado, Marsabit, Laikipia, Isiolo, and Baringo, 7 actually. And so I was told to draft the recommendations. I volunteered. We were sneaking from our work to go and draft the recommendation of a lunch hour and go back. When we were done with the recommendations, the chairperson of the committee said that I should be the one to present it before Baba. I took up the opportunity, went and presented it in Narok. And after that, I did not see Baba again face to face. Of course, I saw him at a distance. I didn't see him again until a year and a half later. So this year and a half later is when my friends from university said that I am the one who's going to do what? Because of the presentation I had made back during BBI. And so when I went there, I always tell the young people this story so that you have a picture of what happens there. If I'm going to be your little bird in parliament that tells you the secret, so be it. So there is usually, when we have a huge political gathering, there's usually a private meeting where the leaders go. You are told, young people, you don't get in there. It is the elected leaders, the sitting leaders who go to that private ballroom or boardroom, and they discuss their stuff. Then they come now and meet you rayas in the big hall. So I went there, and these people pushed me up the stairs and pushed me into the door, literally pushing me. That was physical assault, but it was in a good way. That was one type that you like. So they pushed me into the room, and I remember the security closed the door and say, one of the elected leaders said, no, she's not even an MCA. She's not an elected leader. Don't let them come in. So I go back down the stairs, and they tell me, for your information, we do not have another young person, any young person in the Ma communities, all the 7 counties, elected in parliament or in that leadership. In fact, even most of our MCAs were older people. So they deliberately pushed me. Now I was thinking, how do I make sure that I actually get through this door? So when the security closed the door, I put my leg there. That's how I was hurt. Now I screamed, ah, umeniumiza. And that is when Baba saw me. So he was like, no, the youth. So I was like, the youth sent me. And he was like, yeah, let the youth come in. We must have one. So I walk in, but there is no seat. So I decided to stand as long as I was in the room. That is how I got myself there. Niliumia kidogo. And once I was in the room, of course, it was a struggle getting there. So chances of me speaking are nil. I had put my expectations in the right place, very low. So they made their speeches, and one thing they agreed, they filtered what was going to be said. This is what you say, this is what you don't say there. And one thing I like about the current regime is that things are being said on the table so that you deal with it. Before, I don't know whether it's a precedence that the dynasties had set, that there are things that have to be said here, the Mwananchi should not hear, and I totally don't like that. So I listened to everything they said, including the fact that one presidential aspirant right now, who was back then the CS for Interior, and had actually massacred our people in Laikipia using very, very, very strong ammunition. People were killed. Cows were burnt alive. Cows were shot running. And I listened to these people daringly saying that you cannot discuss those things because we are in a handshake. We are in Azimio. And that Baba and Uhuru Kenyatta are now brothers. So there are things usiguze. And I was so furious. So when we went back to the town hall, I was expecting that I will not get a microphone, but shock, they made a mistake. They said, aya, youth moja kuje, where is that young girl kuja? And in fact, I will never forget that day because they made a mistake of their life because they gave the microphone to the wrong person. And I was called first because of protocol. You know, you start with the lowest in protocol to the highest. So they were starting with the lowest, who was me, but walichoma. I went there and said the opposite of everything. So I told the people everything they had filtered, and I exposed it. And I think that is how I earned the admiration and the support of my people. So after that, now we've come face to face with Baba. And that is how Baba Raila Odinga said, I want that young girl in ODM. Those are the voices we want. People who are bold. People who will always stand for the truth and do not be compromised by whichever side of the political divide you come from. If today I am a senator who is aligned with the broad-based and I see something wrong, trust Zena to say it. Kama mbaya, mbaya. If bad, bad. So the moment we start being honest with ourselves, it's the moment we will change this country. Let bad be bad, let right be right. or good be good. To summarize everything, that is how I ended up in politics. And from then, I had a sit down with Baba and I told him I hate politics because I do not know anybody in ODM. And the people who have power want to take advantage of young girls. You must surrender a few things for you to be favored. And I told him I was not willing to do that. So just know I have nobody else in this party because I know how my fellow young girls are being handled and treated. I had you only. And that's how I got myself close to Mama Ida. So if any man would harass me, I go and report. The character will be summoned. And I thank God for the privilege to have known those two people who became parents to me. And that is why you see Ezena sometimes trending being fought. It's a diamond on the rough. And I will be resilient, and I want my fellow young sisters to be resilient, to be strategic, and to be bold. Once you're bold within yourself and you know what you want, nothing will sway you. When you have the will to do something, it should start from within. If it's not starting from within, that's a tree without roots, and you can be swayed by the wind. My brothers too. Hata nyinyi msifikiri eti nobody takes advantage of you. It cuts the same across. I think it's worse for boys because you have to suffer twice, thrice. You think girls are suffering. And let me tell you, the girls who are not obliging are also suffering. So support each other, support your fellow youth, those who are in parliament. Please be there for them as they will be there for you. And also those who are aspiring, be there for them and support them. I always say when I end this, that when you see parliament in any country, it's a sample representative of the population of that country. When you have murderers in that parliament, there is a huge group of people who believed in them. So they voted who they believed in. When you see a corrupt person, a crook in that parliament, a witch doctor in that parliament, a prostitute in that parliament, there is a huge demographic of people who voted for them. They did not bring themselves there. And if you are gullible enough to be fooled that this person will bring change, which they never brought, and you still went ahead and voted them, then the problem is you, not this person. Because this person is doing well in their profession of lying, of manipulation, but you still succumbed. So let's point back at ourselves and at our community. Majority of our population is illiterate. Please carry them along. Be the torch of your communities wherever you come from. You're the ones who will tell them this is right, this is wrong. And that is how we will change our country, by changing ourselves, being responsible, being patriotic, and being deliberate. And let's not forget, patriotism involves waking up on the election day to go and vote. Vote soberly. Thank you so much, and God bless.
Thank you, Honorable Senator Zena, for the inspiration of your story to politics. Now, honorable members, as we think about various stories given by everybody, I want to leave you with an inspiration that almost 70% of this nation is young people. So if at all anybody is saying we need to accommodate the youth, is wrong. It is the youth that are supposed to accommodate the people in this republic. And you'll hear a common narrative to all the members from various countries that it is upon you to go out there and change your country, change your county. I'm pretty sure there are people going for MCA positions, others for members of parliament, others for governor like myself, and I believe we are going to change this country. I welcome you to the National Assembly, And Honorable Speaker, I yield the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, our distinguished guests, for those quintessential and equivocal remarks. I now call up our clerk. You may read the next order.
Order number 2, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the Youth Parliament. The State of the Youth Address delivered by Honorable Gitonga Mkunji, MP Manyata
Order.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the Youth Parliament. The State of Youth Address delivered by Honorable Gitonga Mkunji, MP Manyata constituency, and the chairperson of the KYPA to the National Youth Parliament on Friday, 28 August 2026.
Our clerk, you may call the next order.
Order number 5, notices of motion.
Majority Leader. And Majority Leader, please be audible and energetic enough.
Okay. Sorry for that. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the Youth Parliament. The state of, Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that the thanks of the House to be recorded for the exposition of the matter of national concern relating to youth participation in governance by Honorable Gitonga Mkunji, MP Manyata constituency, and the chairperson Manyata constituency, and chairperson KYPA, and other delegates to the National Youth Parliament on Friday, 28th August 2026.
Honorable Duncan Ochieng, you may proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion: advancing youth employment, enterprise, and economic inclusion. That aware that Kenya's economy recorded 4.6 GDP growth in 2025, while a significant portion of Kenyans continue to depend on informal sector for employment. Further aware, various government institutions and initiatives are aimed at supporting youth procurement, such as the access to government procurement opportunities. Concerned that many youth-led enterprises continue to face challenges in accessing finance, markets, digital tools, procurement opportunities, and compliance support. This House, therefore, urges the government to implement youth enterprise to market framework that connects skills, finance, market access, and procurement, and also measures success of youth economic programs through outcomes such as jobs created, income increased, and business sustained. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Wanini Tharao. Do we have Honorable Wanini in the chambers? Okay.
Honorable Speaker, my name is Wanini Tharao from Nakuru, and I beg to give notice of the following motion on strengthening the young people's role in peace building and conflict resolution. I would like to make it aware to this House that The young people are I would like to make it clear that I was not intending to debate. I was just laying some ground for my debate or discussions. And I will go straight to my recommendations that the youth to be incorporated into peace committees by the Ministry of Interior and National Administration through the National Steering Committee on Peace Building and Conflict Management, and that the youth be incorporated into the NCIC, that is the National Cohesion and Integration Commission peace building efforts through training and capacity building of youth ambassadors on digital peace building, on training on Gunism versus organized criminal gangs during elections. And the third recommendation is on incorporation of youth into community policing forums by putting together local youth peace committees, which can work alongside elder councils and local peace committees. Encouraging the National Assembly and political parties through the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties to steer politician mentorship programs to young politicians on effective resource mobilization, campaigning strategies, and training against radicalization into gun activities. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Tony Onyango.
Chair, I have a point of order.
The Honorable Deputy Minority, you are advised to resume your seat because there is no one debating on the floor. So kindly resume your seat. Thank you very much. Honorable Tony, you may proceed.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair, for the opportunity. My name is Tony Blair Onyango, Member of Parliament for Suna East Constituency. Thank you so much. Allow me to move the motion promoting youth, health, and well-being. Honorable Chair, aware that health and well-being is fundamental in Kenya's socio-economic and national development, and also in recognizing the zeal, zest, and desire of the young people of this country in nation building, allow me to state as follows. Also, concerned that young people continue to face challenges with physical and mental well-being, limited access to affordable healthcare, and youth-friendly health services. Also, concerned further that gaps in access to preventive, promotive, and responsive healthcare services continue to disproportionately affect young people in this country, limits their potential in national development. And lastly, acknowledging the important role of the Kenya Young Parliamentarians Association in providing a platform for young people to deliberate on such issues affecting young people. Allow me to recommend as follows, that this House urges KYPA, 1, to advocate for youth-friendly health services, 2, to champion greater prioritization of youth mental and psychosocial well-being with national and county governments, and 3, to promote preventive healthcare and health literacy among the young people, 4, to advocate for stronger youth participation in health policy and decision-making, and lastly, to strengthen partnerships with relevant stakeholders. Allow me, Mr. Speaker, to give notice of this motion. Thank you.
Clerk, you may call the next order.
Order number 6, questions and statements. Order number 8, procedural motion, limitation of debate.
The Majority Leader.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to move that the pursuant of Standing Order 111 Cap 1, the House resolved that the debate on any motion be limited to in the following manner: a maximum of 1 hour, with not more than 5 minutes for the mover and 3 minutes for each other member speaking, and that 5 minutes before the time expire, the mover shall call upon to reply. I call Honorable Hassan Lewa to second.
Mr. Speaker, as the minority leader, I beg to second.
Honorable members, this is a procedural motion. There is no need to debate, and with your concurrence, I propose the question that, pursuant to Standing Order 1111, the House resolves that debate on any motion be limited in the following manner: a maximum of 1 hour, with not more than 5 minutes for the mover and 3 minutes for each other member speaking, and that 5 minutes before the time expires, the mover shall be called upon to reply. Honorable members, this is a procedural motion. There is no need for debate, and with your concurrence, I will proceed to put the question that, pursuant to Standing Order 1111, the House resolves that debate on any motion be limited in the following manner: a maximum of 1 hour, with not more than 5 minutes for the mover and 3 minutes for each other member speaking, and that 5 minutes before the time expires, the mover shall be called upon to reply. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of the contra opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Clerk, you may call the next order.
Order number 8, motion, debate on the state of the youth address.
Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the thanks of the House be recorded for the exposition of matter of national concern relating to youth participation in governance by Honorable Gitonga Mukunji, MP, Manyata constituency, and the chairperson KYPA to Kenya National Youth Parliament, Friday, 28 August 2026. So, Honorable Speaker, the state of youth address come at an important moment for our generation. It provides us with an opportunity to reflect in where young people stand in the governance and the governance of our country, the opportunity available to us, the challenges we face, and most importantly, what must be done differently. Honorable Speaker, as young people, we often hear that we are the leaders of tomorrow. But I submit to this House that tomorrow is not a policy. Tomorrow is not a budget. Tomorrow is not an opportunity. Young people are already citizens, taxpayers, innovators, entrepreneurs, professionals, and leaders of today. Therefore, youth participation in governance cannot be treated as a favor given to young people. It is a fundamental part of building an inclusive democracy. On the Speaker, first issue I want to emphasize is meaningful youth participation in governance. We need to move beyond simply inviting young people to forum where decisions have already been made. Young people must participate before, during, and after decisions are made. We need stronger mechanism for youth participation in public policy formulation, legislative processes, and community development. The Kenya National Youth Parliament is the one such platform. It gives us young people an opportunity to debate, scrutinize policies, and develop leadership skill. But we must ensure that resolution of youth platform do not remain within the conference. Access to finance, inadequate market, and lack of opportunity remain a serious concern. We must therefore promote an environment where young people can create jobs, not just...
The majority leader, you
just-
have 2 seconds to complete.
Okay. As young people, I'll just summarize on that issue that we must ensure youth participation and reach young people in every part of Kenya.
Thank you, Majority Leader. You may resume your seat. I will now propose the question.
Point of information, Mr. Speaker.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move and request Honorable Hassan Lewa, the minority leader, to second.
Mr. Speaker, Hassan Lewa here, Honorable, representing Kilifi North. I am the minority leader. I would like to second this motion by first of all agreeing that meaningful youth participation is a matter that the Kenya Youth Statement has to prioritize. By this, Mr. Speaker, we are talking about we have to get in those rooms and be involved in those decision making, because many of the times as young people, we have been used as flower girls, for lack of a better word. We are coming into a room, the decision has already been made, we're just there for ratification of that process. But now, we are saying that we do not want that. And we are saying that, Mr. Speaker, because we want to be involved in decisions that involve development. For a road to be built, the young people have to be made aware and be involved, and their points, their decisions be considered. Because of time, Mr. Speaker, allow me to just jump to one of the other things that I want to second is about unemployment. When you talk about unemployment, this August House, most of us will be talking about those people who are actually getting jobs. But we never talk about the matter of decent jobs. Today, this House has to note that
You
many...
have 30 seconds.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And if you can allow me extra 30 seconds, that young people are resigning. Gen Zs are resigning from their jobs. So if you're talking about that, we need to also talk about what is making these people resign, because there's no decent jobs. Let us give honor to the labor market by making sure that the young people are accommodated. As I finish, I want to congratulate you, Mr. Speaker, for getting this position. Thank you very much.
I will now propose the question that the thanks of the House be recorded for the exposition of matters of national concern relating to youth participation in governance contained in the State of the Youth Address delivered by the Honorable Gitonga Mukunji, MP, Member of Parliament for Manyata constituency and Chairperson, Kenya Young Parliamentarians Association, to the Kenya National Youth Parliament on Friday, the 28th August 2026. The floor is now open for debate. Members wishing to contribute may approach the clerks at the table and register to contribute. I can see I already have members had already approached the clerk. I hereby guide that you stick to not maximum 3 minutes, not maximum of 3 minutes. I hereby call upon the Honorable Sharon Mwongele, MP, to proceed. Kindly stick to time.
Mr. Speaker, I stand on a point of information.
Honorable, you want to inform us? Kindly proceed.
Okay. My name is Honorable Ryan Jack from Kakamega. I stand on a point of information that from the mood of the House, people seem to be tired. And I wish to request for, in behalf of the members, that we have a break, then we can come and proceed with the other.
Well, thank you, Honorable Member, for that well-thought observation. I will advise that you consult with the clerk as we proceed. Honorable Sharon, kindly proceed.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. All protocols observed. Good afternoon. My good name is Sharon Mukai Mongela. I am an emerging youth leader from Nairobi. I really want to appreciate KYPA for granting us as the youth this opportunity. Their CEO, Buluma, their chair, Gitonga Mukunji, Honorable Gitonga Mukunji, and their treasurer for organizing and also for showing up, Senator Hezena. I really want to talk about Vision 2060 from a youth perspective and a patriotic Kenyan. Since the debate has been opened, I believe that the country that we envision as Kenyans is a country whereby the government values its people. Because as things stand, we do not have a government that values its people. And I'm going to give one of the examples that is very, very much underrated. On Tuesday, 14th of April 2026 in Embu County, the residents of Embu demonstrated due to a poor facilities of their hospitals, a hospital called Ishara Level 4. And 2 of them were fatally injured. And so this begs the question, if we really have to demonstrate because of hospital facilities, what is really the value of Kenyans and of youths in this country? And that is just one of the minor examples. We really, really demand for a country that values its people. And with that, we will have very, very few cases of corruption, injustice, and oppression. Because the reason why injustice, oppression, and all these other scandals have dominated it is because we have a country that does not see the value of its people. And that's why we as youths, we must fight for the space of this country. We must fight for the future of this country. We must fight and we must continue fighting for this country.
You have 1 minute.
Yes. Okay, as I finish with my minute, I have organized an endometriosis walk, and I would really love to invite you all, honorable members, and also our parliament. It's one.
Proceed.
Okay, it's out of order. I would love to invite you all, Honorable Senator Zena and Gitonga Mukunji, and all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Honorable members, kindly let us give the member of the floor his or her time to conclude without moving and making noise. I hereby call upon Honorable Michael Otieno. Please stick to time. If your microphone works, you may just proceed.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, sir. And I hope my fellow honorable members are enjoying this moment with us here. My name is Michael Otieno, a member of Parliament for Ariara constituency, where Honorable Otienda Molo comes from. And growing back from that village, he always encourages us that when you are young, that the future of the youth is tomorrow. And based on how things are running in this country currently, to step in and check whether things are still the same. And that I know I'm not alone with my fellow members here. When we had this chance, I was really I was really tensed and I was trying to look perfect. And at a point, I was attempting to I iron my trouser twice. I hope I am not alone in this. And so because I am in a very expensive but affordable school, that is the School of Politics, we are always taught there to give solutions. It's true, youths are secluded, but we can do something. And I'd love to submit this. I'd suggest that youths, in the TVETs and in those technical institutions, let the current digital facilities there for us to at least improve our IT skills, because the current world is moving to the IT forum and everything. Then secondly, I'd love to also suggest that we let these youths access capital by providing them with the loans, and also push for loans for the youths in their business. Because I know, Mr. Speaker, sir, that these honorable members who are normally 60-second videos, I'd not love to take much of my time boring them with a 5-minute speech. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you for sticking to your time. Honorable Levi Mulase.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I rise on notice of motion number 3.
Honorable Torres, please resume your seat.
Advancing. Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Levi Mulase, Senator Busia. I rise on notice of motion number 3, advancing youth employment, enterprise.
Honorable Mulase, you are being called to order. We are not yet at that point, so kindly proceed in that manner.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to second on what Honorable Gitonga Mukunji talked about the high cost of living in our country. So today we can...
Honorable Mulase, I'm being advised that we are not yet to that motion, so you may resume your seat and we'll come back once we get to the motion.
Thank you.
Honorable Jared Oye.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and to this Honorable House. On the motion that has just been moved by the majority leader and seconded by the minority leader, allow me to add my voice to this important motion in our nation. That at a juncture that we have been on trials and errors, we have never had a proper solution on how the graduates are being injected into the job market. And I think this is one of the major reasons where we are sitting in here today as young people of this country, where a bigger percentage, a bigger chunk of graduates aren't employed. We are talking about education and I think the opportunities in our country. There's a trial and error, I'll put it that way, with the CBC, whether it's going to work or not. We are gambling with the future of our nation. Honorable Speaker, in the 4 years that we have been here on the better economic plan, allow me to bring this to the attention of the House, that we have been seeing handouts in the name of empowerment. We can't track the Nyota fund that's being given to the members outside there. Honorable members, this can't be reflected and can't be felt in the economy of our nation. We have Asla fund as well. A number of us, when that thing came, there are those who got 500 or 700. It was less than 1,000. Unfortunately, no business can be started
with such amount of money which was given to us? Why is the state gambling with our future and our economic situation that we are in today? I submit to your attention, Speaker, in this House, as I think it is Mandela who was telling us that if you want to kill a country, kill its education. Today, on the funding model, a number of young people are here. Some of them are still pursuing their masters, some are on their degrees, second or third. But it's so unfortunate that their door next after graduation. We need to have a plan as a nation. I submit, 2027, as a member sitting here, unfortunately, we'll be losing Honorable Mukunji. For what I wish this voice of reason could have remained in this House instead of taking back to the counties. I beg to submit my thoughts in this. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Vincent Maina.
Thank you. Bwana Spika, viongozi wenzangu wote, jambo la kwanza ni kusema asanti kwa Mungu Mwenyezi Maulana kwa kutufikisha hapa. La pili kwa Bwana Spika kwa kuweza kuchaguliwa. Nasimama kwa kuweza kuweka muhuri na kukuunga mkono Bwana Mkunji kwa masuala ambayo anayoongelea kuhusu sisi vijana. Nasimama leo kwa jina ambalo niliweza kupewa na mama yangu Vincent Maina. Lakini nasimama bado kwa jina ambalo nimeweza kupewa na jamii yangu kwa mambo huwa anafanya kama Ojwang, mtoto wa Mariam. Mkiniita hivyo nitafurahi sana. Mimi ni mzaliwa wa Majengo, Nyeri. Na nimeweza kuandika kitabu ambacho kinaitwa Believe Become, Vision Beyond Sight, From the Slums to World Class University, kwa sababu nilizaliwa bila uwezo wa kuweza kuona vizuri. Lakini siko hapa leo kama mlemavu. Niko hapa leo kama kijana. Na sio kijana ambaye ameajiriwa, pia mimi sina kazi. Lakini niko hapa kuweza kuwa represent ama kuwajumuisha wengi wa Wakenya ambao bado hawana kazi. Wengi wa Wakenya ambao wamesoma, wako na maarifa na wanaweza kuisaidia hii nchi, lakini rasilimali ambazo tuko nazo haziwafikii mashinani. Niko hapa kuweka nguvu ya kwamba sisi tunahitaji kujumuishwa katika uongozi wa hii nchi. Na si jambo la tafadhali. Mheshimiwa Mkunji aliweza kusema kwamba asilimia yetu sisi kama vijana ni 70. Mbona basi bado tunaomba kuwa katika hizi meza? Niko hapa kusema sisi vijana wa ghetto, iwapo hizi meza hatuwezi kutoshea kwa kitu ambacho kinaitwa maendeleo endelevu ama sustainable development, basi tutazivunja. Sisi ndio wengi. Tunapoendelea mbele, niongee kuhusu kitu ambacho kinaitwa ujumuishaji, inclusivity. Sisi kama viongozi tukitoka pale hivyo, leo nimeweza kuona takriban kama watu 5 tu ambao wako na ulemavu. Tukitoka pale hivyo, tulete hizi akili hapa ndani ziweze kutusaidia kufanya kazi. Nyinyi ambao mko katika viti, mnatuhitaji majasiri kama sisi, vile ambavyo baba aliweza kumuona Hezena na akamweka pale. Bwana Mkunji, unaposimama gavana, unahitaji vijana kama sisi kutoka Mount Kenya kuweza kukusaidia, kuweza kuwasaidia vijana wa kwetu. Tunapoendelea kufanya hivi, basi itakuwa shwari, itakuwa kubwa na vijana tutaweza kujikomboa. Niseme tu kwa kumalizia ya kwamba mgala muue na haki mpe. Niko na sekunde 30, asante sana. Mgala muue wenzangu na haki mpe. Na there is nothing for the youth without the youth. Kama hatuko, tutavunja meza. Asanteni.
I now call upon the mover to reply.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I thank Honorable Mukai, Honorable Stanley, Honorable Jared, and Honorable Maria. Your insightful contributions have been noted and will be considered accordingly. I beg to reply.
I now put the question that the thanks of the House to be recorded for the exposition of matters of national concern relating to youth participation in governance contained in the State of the Youth Address delivered by Honorable Gitonga Mukunji, MP, Member of Parliament for Manyata constituency and Chairperson, Kenya Young Parliamentarians Association, to the Kenya National Youth Parliament on Friday, 28th August 2026. With as many as of that opinion say aye. With as many as of the contra opinion say nay. The ayes have it. You may stand, honorable members. Honorable members, it is now 2:02 p.m. The Youth Parliament stands adjourned until today, Friday, 28th August 2026 at exactly 3 p.m.
This youth parliament is for the young people. It is not just for the civil society work. It is for us as the young people.
It's time to take the oath of office of Speaker.
Michael, I swear that I will truly and faithfully serve the East Africa Youth Parliament in the office of the Speaker.
I, Louise Riziki, do swear that I will truly and faithfully serve the East African Youth Parliament in the office of the Speaker.
I, Oilang Dominic Kanuto, do swear that I will truly and faithfully serve the East African Youth Parliament in the office of the Speaker.
We cannot empower you. We can only facilitate the process of empowerment. Empowerment belongs to you and me. It is our collective role to make sure that we do this.
Viva Africa! Viva!
Yeah.
Viva Africa! Viva!
Viva!
2015 that was supposed to create this youth council, but this is 2019 and we do not have this youth council. Now let's go to Burundi. Burundi has the national youth policy of 2008 that was also meant to create this youth council, but we still do not have this youth council in place. Now South Sudan, I do not know whether they have this in place. So again, the question is not about whether we are going to create these youth councils. The country has already actually agreed that these councils should be in place. The motion moves for us to execute and push these authorities to actually go ahead and create these youth councils before we build foundations.
to second the establishment of National Youth Council. So, National Youth Council, for those countries who don't have it yet, will strengthen the unity of young people who find themselves now dispersed.
If we are pushing motion, we have to make sure that this thing reach the grassroots level. We have to see those youth who are there down. Are they going to benefit on this program? Are they going to benefit on what we are saying in this community?
We are forgetting that we have different laws in the different member states.
Africa will have to be organized in the national level. Because East Africa will have to establish it. When we establish, let me take cases out then, where youth are really neglected, where youth do not really have voices. They are taken as like coercion, like terrorists, I don't know, but they're taken. Anything they do, they think they're rebels. Don't understand that we're not rebels. Don't understand that we're not against the country, but we're for the peace of the country. So I support it and I say it should
How can a youth council come and say, we, the National Youth Council, agree that we shall have a sole candidate for a presidential position? Have they forgotten that youth are dying of poverty and hunger in their own community? So I think let us try to guarantee the independence of this institution so that they serve all youth, but they don't serve the political party.
And first things first, I thank you for the petition. I have received it because I'm the speaker and I represent the House. I cannot pronounce myself on the outcome of the petition, apart from just confirming that it raises very, very pertinent issues, and that I will, in our next plenary that starts on Monday, forward it to standing committees of the House so that they start interrogating issues that you are raising. And we shall invite the speakers, we shall invite the Right Honourable Speaker and other speakers to meet with the committee members when they are dealing with this petition.
La Vijana Afrika Mashariki.
I am hopeful that in the not too distant future, a good number of you here will either be speakers or legislators.
The East African Youth Parliament, also known as Vijana Assembly, is a well-known platform providing youth with a safe space to air their views on policy making. Regardless of the lockdown, the Youth Parliament of the year 2020 was extraordinary, as people were connected virtually across different countries in Rwanda, Burundi, Kenya, Uganda, and even Tanzania.
Young people who are school-going, who are supposed to be productive in this community, are pregnant. And what does this mean?
The cabinet of Uganda, they have not prioritized this issue.
There is no need of us solving something without looking at its cause.
I want to address the motion of smoothing of processes of movement.
Many motions were tabled to the East African Youth Parliament from the regional youth parliament that were held from each of the countries. This included access to quality education for young people who are financially disabled, exclusion of young people from leadership, politics, and governance, youth unemployment, creation of East African Youth Council, creation of safe civil spaces for young people, election violence, and above all, sexual and reproductive health and rights.
The problem is we only had one safe space for these girls to escape all these challenges of teenage pregnancies, and those were schools. Now, these schools were closed because of COVID-19.
Youth as agents of change participated fully with and among other guests, like the Deputy Head of European Union Delegation to Uganda, Her Excellency Anna Merrifield.
Youth leaders like yourselves need to rise up to design and advocate for solutions to the burning challenges facing the young people in East Africa. Challenges like the lack of employment opportunities and lack of education and skills.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you for giving me another chance. It is my prayer that young people realize that true stability and development can be attained.
Almost everything that is great has been done by the youth. So inspire, empower, enlighten. The East African Youth Parliament 2021 awaits. You are the hope of our future.
It is for the young people. It is not just for the civil society work. It is for us, the young people.
It's time to take the oath of office of Speaker.
I, Ashura Michael, I swear that I will truly and faithfully serve the East African Youth Parliament in the office of the Speaker. I, Louise Riziki, do swear that I will truly and faithfully serve the East African Youth Parliament in the office of the Speaker.
I, Oilang Dominic Kanuto, do swear that I will truly and faithfully serve the East African Youth Parliament in the office of the Speaker.
We cannot empower you. We can only facilitate the process of empowerment. Empowerment belongs to you and me. It is our collective role to make sure that we do this.
Viva Africa! Viva!
Yeah.
Viva Africa! Viva!
Viva!
2015 that was supposed to create this youth council, but this is 2019 and we do not have this youth council. Now let's go to Burundi. Burundi has the national youth policy of 2008 that was also meant to create this youth council, but we still do not have this youth council in place. Now South Sudan, I do not know whether they have this in place. So again, the question is not about whether we are going to create these youth councils. The countries already actually agreed that these councils should be in place. The motion moves for us to execute and push these authorities to actually go ahead and create these youth councils before we build foundations in the council.
I stand up to support and to second the establishment of National Youth Council. As in Burundi, we have the National Youth Council. So, National Youth Council, for those countries who don't have it yet, will strengthen the unity of young people who find themselves now dispersed.
If we are pushing motion, we have to make sure that this thing reach the grassroots level. We have to see those youth who are there down. Are they going to benefit on this program? Are they going to benefit on what we are saying in this community?
We are forgetting that we have different laws in the different member states.
Africa will have to be organized in the national level. Because East Africa will have to establish it. When we establish, let me take a case of South Sudan, where youth are really neglected, where youth do not really have voices. They are taken as like coercion, like terrorists, I don't know, but they are taken. Anything they do, they think they're rebels. To understand that we're not rebels, to understand that we're not against the country, but we're for the peace of the country. So I support it and I say it should
How can a youth council come and say, we, the National Youth Council, agree that we shall have a sole candidate for a presidential position? I've never forgotten that youth are dying of poverty and hunger in our community. So I think let us try to guarantee the independence of this institution so that they serve all youth, but they don't serve the political party.
And first things first, I thank you for the petition. I have received it because I'm the speaker and I represent the House. I cannot pronounce myself on the outcome of the petition, apart from just confirming that it raises very, very pertinent issues, and that I will, in our next plenary that starts on Monday, forward it to standing committees of the House so that they start interrogating issues that you raise. And we shall invite the speakers, we shall invite the Right Honourable Speaker and other speakers to meet with the committee members when they are dealing with this petition.
Bunge la Vijana Afrika Mashariki.
I am hopeful that in the not too distant future, a good number of you here will either be speakers or
The
legislators.
East African Youth Parliament, also known as Vijana Assembly, is a well-known platform providing youth with a safe space to air their views on policymaking. Regardless of the lockdown, the Youth Parliament of the year 2020 was extraordinary, as people were connected virtually across different countries in Rwanda, Burundi, Kenya, Uganda, and even Tanzania.
Young people who are school-going, who are supposed to be productive in this community, are pregnant. And what does this mean?
The cabinet of Uganda, they have not prioritized this issue.
There is no need of us solving something without looking at its cause.
I want to address the motion on smoothing of processes of movement.
Many motions
people
were tabled to the East African Youth Parliament from the regional youth parliament that were held from each of the countries. This included access to quality education for young people who are financially disabled, exclusion of young people from leadership, politics and governance, youth unemployment, creation of East African Youth Council, creation of safe civil spaces for young people, election violence, and above all, sexual and reproductive health and rights.
The problem is we only had one safe space for these girls to escape all these challenges of teenage pregnancies, and those were schools. Now, these schools were closed because of COVID-19.
Youth as agents of change participated fully with and among other guests, like the Deputy Head of European Union Delegation to Uganda, Her Excellency Anna Merrifield.
Youth leaders like yourselves need to rise up to design and advocate for solutions to the burning challenges facing the young people in East Africa. Challenges like the lack of employment opportunities and lack of education and skills.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you for giving me another chance. It is my prayer that young people realize that true stability and development can be attained.
Almost everything that is great has been done by the youth. So inspire, empower, enlighten. The East African Youth Parliament 2021 awaits. You are the hope of our future.
This youth Parliament is for the young people. It is not just for the civil society work. It is for us, the young people.
It's time to take the oath of office of Speaker.
I, Ashura Michael, I swear that I will truly and faithfully serve the East African Youth Parliament in the office of the Speaker.
I, Louise Riziki, do swear that I will truly and faithfully serve the East African Youth Parliament in the office of the Speaker.
I, Oilang Dominic Kanuto, do swear that I will truly and faithfully serve the East African Youth Parliament in the office of the Speaker.
We cannot empower you. We can only facilitate the process of empowerment. Empowerment belongs to you and me. It is our collective role to make sure that we do this.
Viva! Viva!
Viva!
Yeah. Viva Africa! Viva!
Viva!
2015 that was supposed to create this youth council, but this is 2019 and we do not have this youth council. Now let's go to Burundi. Burundi has the national youth policy of 2008 that was also meant to create this youth council, but we still do not have this youth council in place. Now South Sudan, I do not know whether they have this in place. So again, the question is not about whether we are going to create these youth councils. The country has already actually agreed that these councils should be in place. The motion moves for us to execute and push these authorities to actually go ahead and create these youth councils before we do information youth councils.
I stand up to support and to second the establishment of National Youth Council. As in Burundi, we have the National Youth Council. So, National Youth Council, for those countries who don't have it yet, will strengthen the unity of young people who find themselves now dispersed.
If we are pushing motion, we have to make sure that this thing reach the grassroots level. We have to see those youth who are there down. Are they going to benefit on this program? Are they going to benefit on what we are saying in this community?
We are forgetting that we have different laws in the different member states.
Africa will have to be organized in the national level. Because East Africa will have to establish it. When we establish, let me take a case of South Sudan, where youth are really neglected, where youth do not really have voices. They are taken as like coercion, like terrorists, I don't know, but they're taken. Anything they do, they think they're rebels. Don't understand that we're not rebels. Don't understand that we're not against the country, but we're for the peace of the country. So I support it and I say it should
How can a youth council come and say, we, the National Youth Council, agree that we should have a sole candidate for a presidential position? Have they forgotten that youth are dying of poverty and hunger in their own community? So I think let us try to guarantee the independence of this institution so that they serve all youth, but they don't serve the political party.
And first things first, I thank you for the petition. I have received it because I'm the speaker and I represent the House. I cannot pronounce myself on the outcome of the petition, apart from just confirming that it raises very, very pertinent issues, and that I will, in our next plenary that starts on Monday, forward it to standing committees of the House so that they start interrogating issues that you are raising. And we shall invite the speakers We shall invite the right honorable speaker and other speakers to meet with the committee members when they are dealing with this petition.
Bunge la Vijana Afrika Mashariki.
I am hopeful that in the not too distant future, a good number of you here will either be speakers or legislators.
The East African Youth Parliament, also known as Vijana Assembly, is a well-known platform providing youth with a safe space to air their views on policymaking. Regardless of the lockdown, the Youth Parliament of the year 2020 was extraordinary, as people were connected virtually across different countries in Rwanda, Burundi, Kenya, Uganda, and even Tanzania.
Young people who are school-going, who are supposed to be productive in this community, are pregnant. And what does this mean?
The cabinet of Uganda, they have not prioritized this issue.
There is no need of us solving something without looking at its cause.
I want to address the motion on smoothing of processes of movement.
Many motions were
people
tabled to the East African Youth Parliament from the regional youth parliament that were held from each of the countries. This included access to quality education for young people who are financially disabled, exclusion of young people from leadership, politics and governance, youth unemployment, creation of East African Youth Council, creation of safe civil spaces for young people, election violence, and above all, sexual and reproductive health and rights.
The problem is we only had one safe space for these girls to escape all these challenges of teenage pregnancies, and those were schools. Now, these schools were closed because of COVID-19.
Youth as agents of change participated fully with and among other guests, like the Deputy Head of European Union Delegation to Uganda, Her Excellency Anna Merrifield.
Youth leaders like yourselves need to rise up to design and advocate for solutions to the burning challenges facing the young people in East Africa. Challenges like the lack of employment opportunities and lack of education and skills.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you for giving me another chance. It is my prayer that young people realize that true stability and development can be attained.
Almost everything that is great has been done by the youth. So inspire, empower, enlighten. The East African Youth Parliament 2021 awaits. You are the hope of our future.
This youth parliament is for the young people. It is not just for the civil society work. It is for us and the young people.
It's time to take the oath of office of Speaker.
I, Ashura Michael, I swear that I will truly and faithfully serve the East African Youth Parliament in the office of the Speaker.
I, Louise Riziki, do swear that I will truly and faithfully serve the East African Youth Parliament in the office of the Speaker.
I, Oilang Dominic Canuto, do swear that I will truly and faithfully serve the East African Youth Parliament in the office of the Speaker.
We cannot empower you. We can only facilitate the process of empowerment. Empowerment belongs to you and me. It is our collective role to make sure that we do this.
Viva Africa!
Viva!
Yeah. Viva Africa! Viva!
Viva!
2015 that was supposed to create this youth council. But this is 2019 and we do not have this youth council. Now let's go to Burundi. Burundi has the National Youth Policy of 2008 that was also meant to create this youth council, but we still do not have this youth council in place. Now South Sudan, I do not know whether they have this in place. So again, the question is not about whether we are going to create these youth councils. The countries already actually agreed that these councils should be in place. The motion moves for us to execute and push these authorities to actually go ahead and create these youth councils before we build these youth councils.
I stand up to support and to second the establishment of National Youth Council. As in Burundi, we have the National Youth Council. So, National Youth Council, for those countries who don't have it yet, will strengthen the unity of young people who find themselves now dispersed.
If we are pushing motion, we have to make sure that this thing reach the grassroots level. We have to see those youth who are there down. Are they going to benefit on this program? Are they going to benefit on what we are saying in this community?
We are forgetting that we have different laws in the different member states.
Africa will have to be organized in the national level. Because East Africa will have to establish it. When we take a case of South Sudan, where youth are really neglected, where youth do not really have voices. They are taken as like coercion, like terrorists, I don't know, but they're taken. Anything they do, they think they're rebels. Don't understand that we're not rebels. Don't understand that we're not against the country, but we're for the peace of the country. So I support it and I say it should be.
How can the Youth Council come and say, we, the National Youth Council, agree that we shall have a sole candidate for a presidential position? Have they forgotten that youth are dying of poverty and hunger in their own community? So I think let us try to guarantee the independence of this institution so that they serve all youth, but they don't serve the political party.
And first things first, I thank you for the petition. I have received it because I'm the speaker and I represent the House. I cannot pronounce myself on the outcome of the petition, apart from just confirming that it raises very, very pertinent issues, and that I will, in our next plenary that starts on Monday, forward it to standing committees of the House so that they start interrogating issues that you are raising. And we shall invite the speakers, we shall invite the Right Honourable Speaker and other speakers to meet with the committee members when they are dealing with this petition.
Bunge la Vijana Afrika Mashariki.
I am hopeful that in the not too distant future, a good number of you here will either be speakers or legislators.
The East African Youth Parliament, also known as Vijana Assembly, is a well-known platform providing youth with a safe space to air their views on policymaking. Regardless of the lockdown, the Youth Parliament of the year 2020 was extraordinary, as people were connected virtually across different countries in Rwanda, Burundi, Kenya, Uganda, and even Tanzania.
Young people who are school-going, who are supposed to be productive in this community, are pregnant. And what does this mean?
The cabinet of Uganda, they have not prioritized this issue.
There is no need of us solving something without looking at its cause.
I want to address the motion on smoothing of processes of movement.
Many motions were
people
tabled to the East African Youth Parliament from the regional youth parliament that were held from each of the countries. This included access to quality education for young people who are financially disabled, exclusion of young people from leadership, politics and governance, youth unemployment, creation of East African Youth Council, creation of safe civil spaces for young people, election violence, and above all, sexual and reproductive health and rights.
The problem is we only had one safe space for these girls to escape all these challenges of teenage pregnancies, and those were schools. Now, these schools were closed because of COVID-19.
Youth as agents of change participated fully with and among other guests, like the Deputy Head of European Union Delegation to Uganda, Her Excellency Anna Merrifield.
Youth leaders like yourselves need to rise up to design and advocate for solutions to the burning challenges facing the young people in East Africa. Challenges like the lack of employment opportunities and lack of education and skills.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you for giving me another chance. It is my prayer that young people realize that true stability and development can be attained.
Almost everything that is great has been done by the youth. So inspire, empower, enlighten. The East African Youth Parliament 2021 awaits. You are the hope of our future.
This youth parliament is for the young people. It is not just for the civil society work. It is for us as the young people.
It's time to take the oath of office of Speaker.
I, Ashura Michael, I swear that I will truly and faithfully serve the East African Youth Parliament in the office of the Speaker.
I, Louise Riziki, do swear that I will truly and faithfully serve the East African Youth Parliament in the office of the Speaker.
I, Oilang Dominic Canuto, do swear that I will truly and faithfully serve the East African Youth Parliament in the office of the Speaker.
We cannot empower you. We can only facilitate the process of empowerment. Empowerment belongs to you and me. It is our collective role to make sure that we do this.
Viva! Viva!
Viva!
Yeah.
Viva Africa! Viva!
Viva!
2015 that was supposed to create this youth council, but this is 2019 and we do not have this youth council. Now let's go to Burundi. Burundi has the national youth policy of 2008 that was also meant to create this youth council, but we still do not have this youth council in place. Now South Sudan, I do not know whether they have this in place. So again, the question is not about whether we are going to create these youth councils. The countries already actually agreed that these councils should be in place. The motion moves for us to execute and push these authorities to actually go ahead and create these youth councils before we build formation youth council.
I stand up to support and to second the establishment of National Youth Council. As in Burundi, we have the National Youth Council. So, National Youth Council, for those countries who don't have it yet, will strengthen the unity of young people who find themselves now dispersed.
If we are pushing motion, we have to make sure that this thing reach the grassroots level. We have to see those youth who are there down. are they going to benefit on this program? Are they going to benefit on what we are saying in this community?
We are forgetting that we have different laws in the different member states.
Africa will have to be organized in the national level. Like, because East Africa will have to establish it. When we establish, like, let me take cases out again, where youth are really neglected, where youth do not really have voices. They are taken as like coercion, like terrorists, I don't know, but they're taken. Anything they do, they think they're rebels. Don't understand that we're not rebels. Don't understand that we're not against the country, but we're for the peace of the country. So I support it and I say it should
How can a youth council come and say, we, the National Youth Council, agree that we shall have a sole candidate for a presidential position? I've never forgotten that youth are dying of poverty and hunger in their own community. So I think let us try to guarantee the independence of this institution so that they serve all youth, but they don't serve the political party.
And first things first, I thank you for the petition. I have received it because I'm the speaker and I represent the House. I cannot pronounce myself on the outcome of the petition, apart from just confirming that it raises very, very pertinent issues, and that I will, in our next plenary that starts on Monday, forward it to standing committees of the House so that they start interrogating issues that you raise. And we shall invite the speakers, we shall invite the Right Honourable Speaker and other speakers to meet with the committee members when they are dealing with this petition.
Bunge la Vijana Afrika Mashariki.
I am hopeful that in the not too distant future, a good number of you here will either be speakers or legislators.
The East African Youth Parliament, also known as Vijana Assembly, is a well-known platform providing youth with a safe space to air their views on policy making. Regardless of the lockdown, the Youth Parliament of the year 2020 was extraordinary, as people were connected virtually across different countries in Rwanda, Burundi, Kenya, Uganda, and even Tanzania.
Young people who are school-going, who are supposed to be productive in this community, are pregnant. And what does this mean?
The cabinet of Uganda, they have not prioritized this issue.
There is no need of us solving something without looking at its cause.
I want to address the motion on smoothing of processes of movement.
Many motions
people
were tabled to the East African Youth Parliament from the regional youth parliament that were held from each of the countries. This included access to quality education for young people who are financially disabled, exclusion of young people from leadership, politics and governance, youth unemployment, creation of East African Youth Council, creation of safe civil spaces for young people, election violence, and above all, sexual and reproductive health and rights.
The problem is we only had one safe space for these girls to escape all these challenges of teenage pregnancies, and those were schools. Now, these schools were closed because of COVID-19.
Youth as agents of change participated fully with and among other guests. like the Deputy Head of European Union Delegation to Uganda, Her Excellency Anna Merrifield.
Youth leaders like yourselves need to rise up to design and advocate for solutions to the burning challenges facing the young people in East Africa. Challenges like the lack of employment opportunities and lack of education and skills.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you for giving me another chance. It is my prayer that young people realize that true stability and development can be attained.
Almost everything that is great has been done by the youth. So inspire, empower, enlighten. The East African Youth Parliament 2021 awaits. You are the hope of our future.
This youth parliament is for the young people. It is not just for the civil society work. It is for us and the young people.
It's time to take the oath of office of Speaker.
I, Ashura Michael, I swear that I will truly and faithfully serve the East African Youth Parliament in the office of the Speaker.
I, Louise Riziki, do swear that I will truly and faithfully serve the East African Youth Parliament in the office of the Speaker.
I, Oilang Dominic Canuto, do swear that I will truly and faithfully serve the East African Youth Parliament in the office of the Speaker.
We cannot empower you. We can only facilitate the process of empowerment. Empowerment belongs to you and me. It is our collective role to make sure that we do this.
Viva Africa! Viva!
Viva!
Yeah. Viva Africa! Viva!
Viva!
2015 that was supposed to create this youth council, but this is 2019 and we do not have this youth council. Now let's go to Burundi. Burundi has the national youth policy of 2008 that was also meant to create this youth council, but we still do not have this youth council in place. Now South Sudan, I do not know whether they have this in place. So again, the question is not about whether we are going to create these youth councils. The country has already actually agreed that these councils should be in place. The motion moves for us to execute and push these authorities to actually go ahead and create these youth councils before we build information youth councils.
I stand up to support and to second the establishment of National Youth Council. As in Burundi, we have the National Youth Council. So, National Youth Council, for those countries who don't have it yet, will strengthen the unity of young people who find themselves now dispersed.
If we are pushing motion, we have to make sure that this thing reach the grassroots level. We have to see those youth who are there down. Are they going to benefit on this program? Are they going to benefit on what we are saying in this community?
We are forgetting that we have different laws in the different member states.
Africa will have to be organized in the national level. Because East Africa will have to establish it. When we establish, when we take the cases out then, where youth are really neglected, where youth do not really have voices, they are taking us like coercion, like terrorists, I don't know, but they are taking anything they do, they think they're rebels. To understand that we're not rebels, to understand that we're not against the country, but we're for the peace of the country. So I support it and I say it should be.
How can the Youth Council come and say, we, the National Youth Council, agree that we shall have a sole candidate for a presidential position? Have they forgotten that youth are dying of poverty and hunger in their own community? So I think let us try to guarantee the independence of this institution so that they serve all youth, but they don't serve the political party.
And first things first, I thank you for the petition. I have received it because I'm the speaker and I represent the House. I cannot pronounce myself on the outcome of the petition, apart from just confirming that it raises very, very pertinent issues, and that I will, in our next plenary that starts on Monday, forward it to standing committees of the House so that they start interrogating issues that you are raising. And we shall invite the speakers, we shall invite the Right Honourable Speaker and other speakers to meet with the committee members when they are dealing with this petition.
Bunge la Vijana Afrika Mashariki.
I am hopeful that in the not too distant future, a good number of you here will either be speakers or legislators.
The East African Youth Parliament, also known as Vijana Assembly, is a well-known platform providing youth with a safe space to air their views on policy making. Regardless of the lockdown, the Youth Parliament of the year 2020 was extraordinary, as people were connected virtually across different countries in Rwanda, Burundi, Kenya, Uganda, and even Tanzania.
Young people who are school-going, who are supposed to be productive in this community, are pregnant. And what does this mean?
The cabinet of Uganda, they have not prioritized this issue. There is no need of us solving something without looking at its cause.
I want to address the motion on smoothing of processes of movement.
Many motions were tabled to the East African Youth Parliament from the regional youth parliament that were held from each of the countries. This included access to quality education for young people who are financially disabled, exclusion of young people from leadership, politics and governance, youth unemployment, creation of East African Youth Council, creation of safe civil spaces for young people, election violence, and above all, sexual and reproductive health and rights.
The problem is we only had one safe space for these girls to escape all these challenges of teenage pregnancies, and those were schools. Now, these schools were closed because of COVID-19.
Youth as agents of change participated fully with and among other guests, like the Deputy Head of European Union Delegation to Uganda, Her Excellency Anna Merrifield.
Youth leaders like yourselves need to rise up to design and advocate for solutions to the burning challenges facing the young people in East Africa. Challenges like the lack of employment opportunities and lack of education and skills.
Right Honourable Speaker, thank you for giving me another chance. It is my prayer that young people realize that true stability and development can be attained.
Almost everything that is great has been done by the youth. So inspire, empower, enlighten. The East African Youth Parliament 2021 awaits. You are the hope of our future.
This youth parliament is for the young people. It is not just for civil society where it is for us and the young people.
It's time to take the oath of office of Speaker.
I, Ashura Michael, I swear that I will truly and faithfully serve the East African Youth Parliament in the office of the Speaker.
I, Louise Riziki, do swear that I will truly and faithfully serve the East African Youth Parliament in the office of the Speaker.
I, Oilang Dominic Kanuto, do swear that I will truly and faithfully serve the East African Youth Parliament in the office of the Speaker.
We cannot empower you. We can only facilitate the process of empowerment. Empowerment belongs to you and me. It is our collective role to make sure that we do this.
Viva Africa, viva!
Viva!
Yeah. Viva Africa, viva!
Viva!
2015 that was supposed to create this youth council, but this is 2019 and we do not have this youth council. Now let's go to Burundi. Burundi has the national youth policy of 2008 that was also meant to create this youth council, but we still do not have this youth council in place. Now South Sudan, I do not know whether they have this in place. So again, the question is not about whether we are going to create these youth councils. The country has already actually agreed that these councils should be in place. The motion moves for us to execute and push these authorities to actually go ahead and create these youth councils before we build formation of the council.
I stand up to support and to second the establishment of as in Burundi we have the National Youth Council. So National Youth Council, for those countries who don't have it yet, will strengthen the unity of young people who find themselves now dispersed.
If we are pushing motion, we have to make sure that this thing reach the grassroots level. We have to see those youth who are there down. Are they going to benefit on this program? Are they going to benefit on what we are saying in this community?
We are forgetting that we have different laws in our national.
Africa will have to be organized in the national level. Because East Africa will have to establish it. When we establish, let me take a case of South Sudan, where youth are really neglected, where youth do not really have voices. They are taking us like coercion, like terrorists, I don't know, but they are taking anything they do, they think they're rebels. To understand that we're not rebels, to understand that we're not against the country, but we're for the peace of the country. So I support it and I say it should be.
How can the Youth Council come and say, we, the National Youth Council, agree that we shall have a sole candidate for a presidential position? Have they forgotten that youth are dying of poverty and hunger in their own community? So I think let us try to guarantee the independence of this institution so that they serve all youth, but they don't serve the political party.
And first things first, I thank you for the petition. I have received it because I'm the Speaker and I represent the House. I cannot pronounce myself on the outcome of the petition, apart from just confirming that it raises very, very pertinent issues, and that I will, in our next plenary that starts on Monday, forward it to standing committees of the House so that they start interrogating issues that you are raising. And we shall invite the speakers, to meet with the committee members when they are dealing with this petition.
la Vijana Afrika Mashariki.
I am hopeful that in the not too distant future, a good number of you here will either be speakers or
The
legislators.
East African Youth Parliament, also known as Vijana Assembly, is a well-known platform providing youth with a safe space to air their views on policymaking. Regardless of the lockdown, the Youth Parliament of the year 2020 was extraordinary as people were connected virtually across different countries in Rwanda, Burundi, Kenya, Uganda, and even Tanzania.
Young people who are school-going, who are supposed to be productive in this community, are pregnant. And what does this mean?
The cabinet of Uganda, they have not prioritized this issue. There is no need of us solving something without looking at its cause.
I want to address the motion on smoothing of processes of movement.
Many motions were
people
tabled to the East African Youth Parliament from the regional youth parliament that were held from each of the countries. This included access to quality education for young people who are financially disabled, exclusion of young people from leadership, politics and governance, youth unemployment, creation of East African Youth Council, creation of safe civil spaces for young people, election violence, and above all, sexual and reproductive health and rights.
The problem is we only had one safe space for these girls to escape all these challenges of teenage pregnancies, and those were schools. Now, these schools were closed because of COVID-19.
Youth as agents of change participated fully with and among other guests, like the Deputy Head of European Union Delegation to Uganda, Her Excellency Anna Merrifield.
Youth leaders like yourselves need to rise up to design and advocate for solutions to the burning challenges facing the young people in East Africa. Challenges like the lack of employment opportunities and lack of education and skills.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you for giving me another chance. It is my prayer that young people realize that true stability and development can be attained.
Almost everything that is great has been done by the youth. So inspire, empower, enlighten. The East African Youth Parliament 2021 awaits. You are the hope of our future.
This youth parliament is for the young people. It is not just for the civil society, it is for us and the young people.
It's time to take the oath of office of Speaker.
I, Ashura Michael, I swear that I will truly and faithfully serve the East African Youth Parliament, the office of the Speaker.
I, Louise Riziki, do swear that I will truly and faithfully serve the East African Youth Parliament in the office of the Speaker.
I, Oilang Dominic Canuto, do swear that I will truly and faithfully serve the East African Youth Parliament in the office of the Speaker.
We cannot empower you. We can only facilitate the process of empowerment. Empowerment belongs to you and me. It is our collective role to make sure that we do this.
Viva Africa! Viva!
Viva!
Yeah. Viva Africa! Viva!
Viva!
2015 that was supposed to create this youth council, but this is 2019 and we do not have this youth council. Now let's go to Burundi. Burundi has the national youth policy of 2008 that was also meant to create this youth council, but we still do not have this youth council in place. Now South Sudan, I do not know whether they have this in place. So again, the question is not about whether we are going to create these youth councils. The country has already actually agreed that these councils should be in place. The motion moves for us to execute and push these authorities to actually go ahead and create these youth councils before we build formations in the council.
I stand up to to support and to second the establishment of National Youth Council. As in Burundi, we have the National Youth Council. So, National Youth Council, for those countries who don't have it yet, will strengthen the unity of young people who find themselves now dispersed.
If we are pushing motion, we have to make sure that this thing reach the grassroots level. We have to see those youth who are there down. Are they going to benefit on this program? Are they going to benefit on what we are saying in this community?
We are forgetting that we have different laws in the different member states.
Africa will have to be organized in the national level. Because East Africa will have to establish it. When we establish, let me take a case of South Sudan, where youth are really neglected, where youth do not really have voices. They are taken as like coercion, like terrorists, I don't know, but they are taken. Anything they do, they think they're rebels. To understand that we're not rebels. To understand that we're not against the country, but we're for the peace of the country. So I support it and I say it should
How can the Youth Council come and say, we, the National Youth Council, agree that we shall have a sole candidate for a presidential position? Have they forgotten that youth
Apologies for the intervention. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move the motion advancing youth employment, enterprise, and economic inclusion. Honorable Speaker, a Kenyan youth cannot bank a government allocation. They can only bank funds from unemployment or a surviving business. Honorable Speaker, the Kenyan population consists of 70% comprising of the youths. Out of this, only 60% are literate. And out of the 60% of the youth being literate, we have 80% of them employed in the informal sector. Honorable Speaker, these youth occupying the informal sector have since spent many years going through education and paying high amount of school fees to service and finance their degrees, postgraduate, and different certifications. We therefore why every year and then we revise our academic curriculum, we give trainings on mental health, we give trainings on businesses, we give trainings on different aspects of the employment sector, but we continue to neglect or rather give the youth the opportunities that are not sustainable to the future, and hence we are having a higher percentage occupying the informal sector. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, we recently had the government roll the Nyota program, which was being facilitated by the World Bank. It is notably okay to say that a good number of youths who made applications for the same received funding in 2 tranches, 22,000. Honorable Speaker, if we today do a survey around those who received the amounts, you will realize that less than 50% of those who received funding have started their businesses. And Honorable Speaker, out of those who started the businesses, less than 20% of the businesses have sustained. And out of the 20%, Honorable Speaker, you realize that less than 5% of the businesses will survive in 5 years span. And out of the 5 years, only a few businesses are going to multiply and create employments for the youth. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, the government should stop doing output. Rather, they should also focus on ensuring there is outcome. In business, we say an output must result to an outcome. Honorable Speaker, it is very clear that the youth of Kenya have been allocated 30% of tenders through the access to government procurement opportunities, that is AGPO. We understand for you to get an AGPO opportunity, your company or your institution, most of the times, must have to have had, done business for some experience or some years. We fail to understand how a youth like me from Siaya County, Ugenya Sub-County, Nungo Village, how am I registering my company today and I'm supposed to get where am I getting 10 years experience? Secondly, where am I getting money to finance this project that I'm supposed to handle? Next, Mr. Speaker, I would wish to call upon the following recommendations. Number 1, let us focus on linking skills to the market. The Kenyan economy is the 6th largest economy in Africa. We have the skills, we have the aura, we have the professionalism, we have all that we need, including one of the best education systems, but we continue to finance or rather occupy the informal sector in terms of providing employment. Secondly, for the recommendations, let us finance with compatibility. In the Kenyan context, for you to run a business in Kenya, there are a lot of processes that you have to go through. Number 1, you have to handle the registration part. Secondly, you have to also handle the city council. Thirdly, you have to ensure that your taxes are okay, not forgetting bookkeeping and what have you. The youth of Kenya need to be followed up. Let us fund the businesses. After funding the business, ensure that a follow-up is done. After you have been funded, is the business sustainable? Once being sustainable, is it creating an opportunity, an employment opportunity to the fellow youth? That is when we can ensure that the fund
Honorable Duncan, kindly you may proceed and call for the second of the motion. Your time is up, just call the seconder.
Thank you. So we must ensure that the opportunities are supposed to, multiply and create opportunities for the employment of youth. I wish to call upon Honorable Francis, if you're in the House, to second the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on this House today at this time, and I'm going to second the motion on matters on advancing matters of youth employment and matters of technology. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I will now propose the question that advancing youth employment, enterprise, and economic inclusion be now discussed. The Honorable Kiragu Murithi. You want to inform the Speaker? You want to inform the House? We do not have any. Honorable Haya, I'm being advised that it's unprocedural to inform the Speaker, and you can only inform the member who is already on the floor and want to be informed. I hope that is clear, Honorable Haya. I now call upon the Honorable Kiragu Murithi to proceed. Please remember you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Today is indeed a great day for Kenya. Mr. Speaker, we come from different backgrounds. We come from different economic realities as young people. But as a young people, we do share common aspirations. And those common aspirations, Mr. Speaker, we want a thriving economy, we want a working country, we want good jobs, and of course, access to opportunities. But, Mr. Speaker, there's a danger. And the greatest danger that we have today is that young people don't lack opportunities. It is that the danger that we have is that we are discussing opportunities that never leave the boardrooms. They never leave the policy discussion rooms. And that is the biggest danger that we have, Mr. Speaker. So, as we speak here, honorable members, I beseech you that when you look at the Kenya's youth architecture grounding, we have the Development Policy Paper of 2019. Good policy on paper, which talks about our workforce employment, and all the opportunities that young people do have. But at the end of the day, it's not properly implemented. Article 55 of the Constitution of Kenya 2010 speaks about young people being represented, being in the workforce of the Kenyan economy. How is it working for Kenyans here today? So today, as we have this discussion, honorable members, we must ensure that the discussions that we have here today shape our policy and at last shape the community that we come from. As I finish, Mr. Speaker, we must come to a realization that we need a paradigm shift. We need to have checks and balances. We need to create a mechanism that we can track, measure, and also look at the...
Thank you, Honorable Kiragu. I now call upon Honorable Edwin Ayesa. You may use your microphone, Honorable.
Thank you so much. I hope each and every one of us, members of the House, are well. Honorable Speaker, I rise as a minority to support the motion behind this, but I cannot support it in its current form. Why am I saying this? It's because every young person, Honorable Speaker, has access and agrees that we have youth unemployment and certain issues, including enterprise development, that have been achieved. But the reality of the matter is we cannot keep on launching program after program, yet we know very well that these programs are not promising to empower the young people. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, I rise to say that the question that we should perhaps ask ourselves today is, what exactly is this motion adding to the floor of the House? To me, the government has launched numerous programs with regards to the same, but I feel like all the other programs that have been raised are not being implemented as it should. Secondly, may I take this opportunity to also claim and say that we need to have a clear picture of whether we are creating entrepreneurs or we are creating jobs. And therefore, looking at it, giving a young person a small grant does not necessarily guarantee or automatic job creation sustainability, but rather it's just creation of, creation of entrepreneurs. Lastly,
what is your point of order, Honorable Minority Leader?
I'm standing asking for your indulgence, Mr. Speaker, that is it in order for the honorable member to say that he is standing on a minority while he's sitting on the majority side? I advise that he comes to the minority and debate where...
Thank you so much, honorable member. I stand corrected. But this is not a jigsaw shift whereby for you to win, I must lose. And therefore, allow me to air my views when I'm on this other side. We are here to win, both of us. Thank you. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, the question that I perhaps need to be that young people do not need motions, but rather the programs that have been implemented going forward need to be taken with actual deliberations, measures, and predictability. And then also we need to understand that these programs are just but affirmative action. And affirmative action is more equivalent to a moving object. And therefore, at what point do we say that we've achieved one and not the other? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Yvonne Ndambuki.
Honorable Speaker, I raise to support the motion on youth employment, enterprise, and economic inclusion through trade. Honorable Speaker, Kenya young people are not lacking in ideas, skills, creativity, or ambition. What many of them lack is access to opportunity, that is, access to markets, finance, buyers, business networks, and regional international trade. We must therefore rethink how we approach youth employment. Training alone is not enough. We can train a young person, but if that young person has no market for their product or service, the training may not translate into income or employment. We need to build a clear pathway for skills to enterprise, to market access, to trade, and ultimately to income and job creation. Honorable Speaker, in my work at Africa Continental Free Trade Area Trading Company in Kenya, particularly through the Trade Connect Africa initiative, I've seen the importance of creating practical connection between business and markets. Young entrepreneurs may have quality products or services, but they need connection to buyers, suppliers, investors, financing opportunities, procurement, and reliable trade networks. This is where public-private partnership can play an important role. Government can create the policy environment and infrastructure, while the private sector brings market connection, technology, expertise, and transaction support. Honorable Speaker, the Afro-Continental Free Trade Area and East African Community present enormous opportunities for our youth, but we must ensure that these opportunities do not remain policies and agreements on paper. We must translate them into actual business, actual contract, actual transaction, and actual jobs. I therefore support measures that strengthen youth enterprise to market programs, access to trade finance, business matching, making, procurement opportunities.
The Honorable Minority Leader, what is your point of order?
I honestly hate to disturb this august house, but the standing orders clearly say that you should not be reading, you should be debating. Is it in order for the honorable member to be reading?
Sergeant, kindly confirm if Honorable Yvonne was reading, but you may proceed, Honorable Yvonne. You may proceed.
I therefore support measures that strengthen youth enterprise to market programs, access to trade finance, business matchmaking, procurement opportunities, digital trade platform, export readiness, and participation in African value chains. We must stop looking at our young people only as job seekers or beneficiaries of government programs. We must also see them as producers, entrepreneurs, suppliers, exporters, and employers. Honorable Speaker, the question we should be asking is not only how do we train our youth? The question is how do we connect what our youth can produce to the markets that we are ready to buy? So, because when we connect skills to market, we create businesses. When business grow, they create income, and when business create income, they create jobs. I urge this Honorable House to support this motion. Thank
you. Honorable members, you are allowed to refer to your notes. Thank you. The Honorable Ivan Nyabende, you may proceed.
Good evening, members. I stand to advance the motion on youth inclusion and opportunities for the youth. First of all, I would like to congratulate all the members for making it to this August House. Secondly, I want to advise all the members that we are not here to advance or score political goals. We are here to make actual change and represent the youths. Most of us are already youth leaders in many places. Personally, I'm a youth leader and aspiring senator of Kisii. Secondly, I like to address the digital space. The government of Kenya has not yet created extreme opportunities for the youth in this country. Kenya has the youths in Kenya occupy 98% of the digital space available in East Africa. So most of us already have access to digital spaces. We don't get opportunities there. And for some of us who have opportunities, we have to use VPNs, proxies to get paid. Most of us are not lazy. Some of us have an extreme addiction to phones. Most of us have an hourly use of phone of 20 hours in the 24 hours, so we sleep 4 hours a day. 20 hours of watching, no opportunities have been received through the phone. So we like the government to address the digital space for the 98% of the youth in Kenya who have access to phones and the internet. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Leslie Mutetia. Kindly switch off the two mics besides you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, honorable members, for the opportunity to contribute to this motion. And mine is to simply say that we need to move back to the drawing board. As you can see, most of us, we go, get training, get certificates, then put them in the lockers. So where do we go wrong? So it needs to start from the trainings that are being offered to our young people. How can we give young people the trainings that are required for the current job market? Not to just have young people go take up courses, then sit with their certificates in the houses just because the courses are available. So I think, as we all know, Kenya has no shortage of educated young people. We are sitting in this room, I can see 60 graduates. More of us have their master's and some even are headed to their PhD levels. But if you count the number of youths currently unemployed, it contributes to the biggest percentage of the young people or the young generation. So mine is to say that, can we not only just have trainings for young people, but can these trainings be focused on the job market that is currently available? Thinking about it, we are currently developing towards the green jobs, or aligning ourselves towards climate change and green opportunities for the youth. Are there trainings in universities that offer the current required training for these green jobs? Or are we going to wait for the jobs or the opportunities to come, then ask ourselves, are there any lead or youth members who are trained or who have these skills for these jobs? Can we move from not only training our young people, but training that is focused and linked to the markets? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Leslie, and all members who contributed onto that motion. I now call upon Honorable Duncan Ochieng to reply.
Honorable Speaker, I wish to thank the honorable members who have enriched this House with very sharp ideas and very culminative discussions. Particularly, I wish to refer to what the Honorable Kiragu Muridhi said about Article 55 of the Constitution, that highlighted that there is lack of inclusivity in the different operations in government that do not relate to the youths. Recently, I was attending a training by the African Economic Scholars Program, headquartered in Lagos, Nigeria. And we drafted proposals. Every week we could draft proposals. And what happens? those proposals remain in emails. You send them, they get read, nothing happens after them. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I also want to highlight what the Honorable Anyesa has said, that we keep on launching programs for the youth, but we do not focus on what happens after the launching. We just launch for formality, for us to hoodwink or brainwash the youth so that we can be able to pass the electioneering period. But again, we need to ensure that those programs are feasible and sustainable for the youth. Finally, the Honorable Yvonne Dambuki has highlighted that the youth do not lack the skills, but we lack access. Kenya, particularly, is referred as the Silicon Savannah. We are the bedrock of technology. Our youths have the skills in technology. Our youths are well informed in terms of tech. I also mentioned before that we have the biggest economy. Therefore, if we have the right education, we have the right skills, we have the right mindset, we have a very expansive economy, what is drawing us back from achieving our goal? We recently launched the Vision 2060. Are we just launching for paperwork? Are we just launching for formality? Or we are aiming at bringing Kenya to salvation in terms of economic reality? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to reply.
Thank you. I put the question that advancing youth employment, enterprise, and economic inclusion that advancing youth employment, enterprise, and economic inclusion be recorded as cited in the order paper. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of that opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Clerk, you may call the next order.
Order number 9, motion strengthening young people's role in peace building and conflict prevention.
Honorable Wanini.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. And I am rising to move the motion that states strengthening young people's role in peace building and conflict resolution. And I will start by stating this. The Electoral Vulnerability Index by the Kofi Annan Foundation in 2026 report, it states that there is a 45.4% likelihood that there are going to be election violence in Kenya. And that report states two very important reasons where there might be a very high likelihood of electoral violence. And the first reason they state is because there is a very uncertain political landscape in Kenya, as we might as well know right now, with very many varying dynamics, and that could lead to electoral violence. The other most important thing that concerns us the most is the evolution of social media. It is going to be really used as a tool in the 2027 general elections in Kenya, being that Kenyans, specifically our Kenyan youth, who form close to 3/4 of the Kenyan population, are very well versed with technology. We are using AI right now. And despite it being a very good form of communication, it is going to be a very negative form or platform of misinformation, a political incitement, tribal incitement, and therefore that poses as a great threat to us as the peace and security stakeholders. So therefore, what is our part as the youth in ensuring peace and security, especially with the upcoming general elections? The most important thing is to note that our youths are the same people who are being used as goons, and there's a difference between goons and organized criminal gangs. Goons are people who are hired to perform a specific task at that particular time, and tomorrow they will go and do another task in another place, but it is tasks of causing violence and chaos. And our youths are really vulnerable because of the high rate of unemployment in our country. And my proposals, together with the other people who are going to follow me, is that we should be very much included and incorporated into these peace committees. These peace committees, for example, the peace committees by the National Police Service, they only consist of old people in our society who act as peace committee members. We should have youth peace committee members in the National Police Service through the community policing forums. We should have peace committees in the National Steering Committee on Peace, on the National Steering Committee on Violence Prevention. We should have youth committees engaged in those groups, because who is representing the interests of the youths who are more than 3/4 of our population in this country. So I therefore move this motion, and I call upon Madam Cecil Akoth Ouma to second the motion. Thank you.
Honorable Cecil. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, distinguished members of this House, good afternoon. My name is Cecil Akoth Ouma. I am representing Homa Bay County today. And Mr. Speaker, as I rise to second this motion on youth peace and security, allow me to just mention the words of our founding father, Mzee Jomo Kenyatta. He reminded us that one day our children may learn the history of our past. And so it is our task to ensure that we make ourselves the architects of the future. Mr. Speaker, the very youth you see today in this building, in this house rather, and in this country, are the architects, of that very future. And so, Mr. Speaker, I am strongly seconding this motion because it is allowing us to ask critical questions. It is allowing us to ask whether the young people of this country have been given the tools to dialogue this building, or have we allowed our leaders to be given tools by political actors of division, hatred, and violence? And Mr. Speaker, speaking from a recent occurrence that happened in Kitengela in Homa Bay County, where I come from, we saw, and it is without a doubt that the political tension is on the rise, and we cannot wait till 2027 to see our country getting banned. And so we need to take a quick action, an urgent action. And so I call upon the members of this House today to support this motion. And I look forward to it being implemented and not just debated in the House and staying as at that. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I second.
I propose the question on the motion on the strengthening young people's role in peace building and conflict prevention. The floor is now open for debate. The Honorable Kennedy Opio, and I also want to encourage members to kindly register your name so that you participate in this discussion. Proceed, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and honorable members of this House. My name is Kennedy from Mihango Ward. I'm also one of the aspirants. I just want to go straight to the points, Mr. Speaker. We, as the leaders of this great nation, we have a mandate to talk with our young generation towards being called Goonism. Mr. Speaker, I feel like someone wants to interrupt me, Mr. Speaker.
What's your point of order, Honorable?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm standing on a point of order to just inquire from you. I bet we are sitting on this House as members of the House. I've just heard the member of Parliament standing there, referring himself as an aspirant. We are members of the House. We are already elected. We are in the House. So I bet we are no aspirants.
Mr. Speaker,
so,
you know,
Mr. Speaker, if people are still aspiring.
Honorable member, that is a frivolous point of order. Kindly take your seat.
Mr. Speaker,
take your seat, Honorable. Order. Order.
what role does the youth play in full attitude? And therefore, I want to encourage the government that as they come up with the laws and policies that affect matters national security, let it not be seen as people who are violent. Over the recent past, the youth have been labeled, the youth have been seen as people who can only cause vurugus everywhere. That is why most of the time, thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, well guarded. That is why most of the time youths are being seen as people who cause violence. So I want to support this motion that it's proper and it's in order that all the youths of this republic must be included in matters national security and in any form of national developments that come to matters security. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Back to submit.
Thank you. The Honorable Faith Matayen. Honorable Faith, yes, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, and the honorable members of this House. My name is Faith Matayen from Kajiado County, and I would like to support this motion. A little scan of the June 25th demos will show that it's actually the young people that put their lives at risk. So there is every need, and they deserve to be on peace panels, on peace forums, not really forums, but rather on peace committees. Because if they're putting their lives on the risk, then it means that they understand what is at stake. They're not really putting their lives at risk just to be seen on camera or even to lose their lives. I mean, there is no really a trophy of losing your life. So they need to be there. Plus, I've not seen young people that have actually been included on peace missions. Let's take, for example, in Kenya. When you go back to the village, you rarely see young people, even on the Nyumba Kumi meetings or anything. This is mainly because they are assumed to be rowdy, they are assumed to be riffraffs, which is far from the truth. So as young leaders in this house, have every role to actually sensitize them on their role when it comes to peace building, when it comes to security, now that we're actually heading to the elections. So thank you so much. And if youth are being used as goons, then they also can be used as people who can actually spearhead security and peace in our communities. Thank you, and back to you.
Yes, Honorable, what is your point of order?
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. My point of order is I'd like to quite disagree with what my sister has just said here, honorable members, because the youths are, yes, being included in peace and security building, because we had, or rather there was a program last year in December in the UNSCR. That's the peace and security building.
Honorable member, you cannot debate on a point of order. And if it was a debate, you may just presume your seat and probably get a chance later. I now call upon the Honorable Oye.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir, and the House. First, I support this motion. And there are also other parliament and non-parliamentary calls. Don't call Weshimiwa guys. We are here on merit. Weshimiwa and Bwana Speaker.
What is your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, address the issue. I think he was not even attentive, whatever he said. I said that I'm sorry for that. So, Member of Parliament, you can forgive me on behalf of the others.
You are forgiven. Thank you. Resume your seat. Thank you. Proceed.
Thank you very much, Mheshimiwa. Though you also said that you are from a member of County Assembly. Mr. Speaker, sir, we are trying to find solution to this issue. And I submit and I concur and agree with the mover of this motion. The reason why a number of our young people are vulnerable is because we all know they are free. Who is a goon? Who are goons? Who are walking around with the goons? It is we, the leaders, in most cases. Bwana Speaker, we must also remember that main reason why these people are readily available to be used and misused and reused is because they are not properly engaged. In this house where we are, as one of the MP proposed, that we need to have a legislative proposal for us to have other mechanism on how we are going to absorb these young people into the job market. Mr. Speaker, I'm agreeing with one of our speakers that said that we need to strengthen the Nyumba Kumi initiative that we have been having. Are young people involved in the Nyumba Kumi? Do you know your neighbor who is staying next to you? For those of us who are maybe in the urban setups and even in the rural setups. Mr. Speaker, we are in the political active phase in our country. And insecurity is not only, or the peace they're talking about, is not only during the political campaign or electioneering period like now. This is an ongoing process that's always here with us. A number of us do coil this conversation around June 2024. We are forgetting I'm coming from a political party where a number of our comrades, our brothers, have been victims of police brutality since 2007. When we are going to look into this and the other agencies for compensation and having these committees as we are putting it, we are not ready to be involved in the committees. We need to run these committees as we, not being involved as minority, maybe just for statistics. I on the dialogue forums, I think we have had enough of these forums. It's time for action. Are we still going to be in these boardrooms talking about what? Well, we have enough files that are ready and I think they are mature enough for implementation. A number of them are collecting that's around this town. As I meet Mr. Speaker, but we need to have actionable, not agenda, but actionable plan moving forward. Not forums, not committees, but let's get our hands down working on to solve how the peaceful conflict prevention will be worked around. Thank you. I submit.
Thank you very much. Honorable Hassan Lewa.
Mr. Speaker, for giving me this chance. And I stand as a proud minority leader because most of the motions have been raised from our side. So it shows the quality of our minority side. I have to that we are addressing a lot of thoughts, but we're not talking about action. We have talked enough, and I like what Honorable Oyer has talked about, the dialogue forums. We need to say the way they have put climate finance, the way they have put other finances, we have to have a framework of financing peacekeeping initiatives. This, I mean that if I, Honorable Hassan Lewa, the minority leader, decides that I want to do a program in my constituency, I have to be funded. But today, even with that program, I cannot know where to go to get these funds. So as the nation speaks about ending goonism, we have to talk about peace initiatives financing. And that is one of the things that we as leaders will be giving back to our communities. Because as I do any initiative, I need finances, especially on this. The other issue that we need to address, Mr. Speaker, is addressing the triggers of all these goonism and everything. One of the triggers of absence of peace in our society is poverty. Why? People do not have money, so when you give them that 500 shilling, they find purpose that they can even go and lose their lives on your behalf. So we need to empower these young people. How are we going to empower them? Through these peace-building finances. One other thing that I want to talk about, exploitation of young people that everyone has talked about. Mr. Speaker, we need to look each other as young people. No young people in this country should use another young person as a goon. We need to agree as young people that we are setting a consensus. We are setting an agenda as young people that when I go home, I will not use my fellow young person as a goon. When we do that, we will be making an oath that we see the dignity and value of other young people. And as a nation, Mr. Speaker, we will be moving forward. So I submit saying that it has to start with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, members, for your contribution on that motion. I thereby call upon the mover to reply.
I therefore stand to kindly guide me. What's the word? To reply to the motion on youth in peace and security. And I would like to thank my
the speakers who have spoken on the floor, Honorable Kennedy, Honorable Remy, Honorable Faith, Honorable Oye, and finally Honorable Hassan. You've really brought out great points in, especially on the fact that goonism is a very serious problem in our country, especially to us as the youth, and unemployment being a major contributor to goonism activities. And there is also, we have all agreed that there is also need for us to act in ensuring that there is involvement of the youth in any peace committee forum, whether be it in the National Cohesion and Integration Commission, National Steering Committee on Security, whether be it the National Police Service in the community policing forums. We really need to be part of that. And we are not involved. It is only on paper, it is only in international platforms that the youth are involved in peacekeeping missions and activities and forums, but there is much to be done when it comes to the youth in peace and security in our individual communities back in the village. I come from Nakuru, in a village in Joro, and there is not enough that has been done in those villages, and we need to do more. Maybe in Nairobi, you've been involved in those activities and forums, but in the villages, in our communities, there is still a lot that needs to be done in matters youth, peace, and security. I therefore finalize on that motion. Thank you.
I put the question on the motion on the strengthening of young people's role in peace building and conflict prevention. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of that contra opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Clerk, next order.
Order number 10, motion promoting youth health and well-being.
Honorable Tony Onyango.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, or Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. My name is Tony Blair Onyango, Honorable Member from Migori County. And at this point, even as I prosecute my point from this posterior position, I'm reminded of a quote. I'm reminded of a quote from Chinua Achebe's Things No Longer at Ease, where he says that it is not work that has brought us to the city. It is money that has brought us to the city, for we have left plenty of work at home. Thank you, Honorable Member. I rise to propose the motion of promoting youth health and well-being. And I draw your attention to one statistic that says that in sub-Saharan Africa, it is Kenya which has the second best healthcare in the continent. But ladies and gentlemen, honorable members, of what benefit are these absolute data if the young people, the youth of this country are unable to access this health? We know very well that the young people of this country make well over 70%, and this has been mentioned several times to the extent it has become a cliche, and nobody uses it so much than the person who goes right ahead to then go and discriminate the young people in the country. Honorable members, I also want to draw your attention particularly to the issue of mental health. And I want to tell you that the young people of this country are going through a lot. This is further exacerbated by the harsh financial position that the young people are currently going through. Honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, even the young people in this room currently are going through a lot of depression. Ladies, even yesterday, we had a celebrity who committed suicide. May God rest his soul in peace. But when you go deeply down to interrogate the issues affecting the young people of this country, that the young leaders do not. For example, the issue of healthcare in this country, we know that right now it is devolved. But when you go to the hospital, how easily are our young men and women able to access healthcare? Conversations around sexual reproductive health and even mental wellness. I think it is high time we now start prioritizing the issue of mental health, and also in terms of cost, because it is very expensive to hire therapists.
Honorable
Yes,
Remy, what is your point of order? The rest you can resume your seats. I'll get to you.
It's my second.
Thank you so much.
Remember my good friend Bwana Tony to kindly either one initiate or withdraw the term drug users. So, Bwana Speaker, with your order, I would that either tables or substantiate that some of us are drug users. Or thank you so much.
Honorable Tony, can you substantiate? Or withdraw and apologize?
Honorable Speaker, the guilty are afraid.
Honorable Tony, Honorable Tony, kindly be guided.
Some members in this house do not abuse drugs.
So who are those some? Honorable Tony, I guide you to apologize to the members of this house.
I apologize, boss. Yes.
Honorable, yeah. What's your point of order?
Honorable Tony, he has apologized but not withdrawn. You need to withdraw to members of this assembly. A number of them tunajuana. Nobody is a drug abuser in this house.
Thank you. Thank you. Order members. Allow Honorable Tony to proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
Yes, so as I was saying, it is not out of choice, Mr. Honorable Speaker, but it is due to the harsh financial position that currently the young people are going through, challenges of getting decent jobs, and therefore I say that most of these motions we are even discussing here today, they are even interconnected, because you find the issue, because the young people do not have meaningful or decent jobs, they have a lot of idle time. But be that as it may, we see that with the coming of the inception of the new constitution, we have seen that at least health has been devolved, semi-devolved. But what we are seeing in the counties today is that a lot of these counties have been reduced into salary-paying machines, and therefore when you go to the hospitals today, there are lack of drugs. Even some counties currently, we have nurses who are on strike. So I think therefore, even as we discuss this motion today, it is imperative that we implore the Kenya
What
young
is your point of order, Honorable Member?
Honorable Speaker, you know, for the respect of life and for the sanctity of life.
Your point of order?
Honorable Tony Blair did mention a certain person died by committed suicide. It should be died by suicide, because
thank you,
for the
Honorable
respect
Member.
of life and for the sanctity of life.
Thank you.
Protect me, Honorable Chair. We are not here to discuss subject-verb agreement. But as
Kindly proceed and conclude.
Mr. Speaker,
You
I
have 1
therefore
minute.
wish to bring the attention of the House the following resolutions, therefore to deal with the challenges witnessed within healthcare, to therefore promote youth-friendly policies in regards to health. Number 1, to implore the Kenya Young Parliamentarians Association to develop a youth health and well-being policy agenda. I know we have got a challenge of implementing some of these policies, but that does not prevent us from coming up with even better policies. Number 2, to champion youth-friendly health centers that will then make it easier for young people to access not just therapy for mental health, but also prioritize mental wellness. And then number 3, to be able to push for mental health support in learning institutions, especially the tertiary institutions, that is the universities, the colleges, and so on. And then number 4, for them to create a KYPA youth health accountability framework that will then be able to help in terms of tracking progress of this, how far we moved as a nation, and what is the status of the mental health of our young people. And then lastly, to be able to strengthen youth participation in health and policy making, establish structured mechanisms through which youth-led organizations can regularly submit proposals through platforms such as the KYPA, and then also launch a youth health illiteracy campaign. So, Honorable Speaker, even as I conclude and even before I take my seat,
Your time is up. Kindly proceed and call your seconder.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I wish to invite Honorable Remi Osoti to second the motion.
Thank you so much, Bwana Tony, for that elaborate submission on this motion matters promoting health and well-being. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to second this motion that talks critically about 3 things that our foregrandfathers foresaw during the pre-colonial period. And during that time, Bwana Speaker, they were saying that one of the things that they needed to eradicate was poverty, diseases, and illiteracy. And today, as we speak about promoting health and well-being of youths, especially the young ones in our country, I want to say categorically that matters health is critical. We need to start discussing this motion soberly, and therefore I would want that one of the reasons as to why young people find themselves in situations that they cannot afford to get themselves, especially ill, is because one, some of these services are not easily accessible. Care facilities are not able giving people treatment, where you find some hospitals are meant for the haves, and the have-nots find it very difficult to survive in such conditions. Number three, Mr. Speaker, sir, is that some of the young people, as my brother Tony put it well, MP Tony, sorry, is that one youth are ailing from in the current society is matters mental health. How can government come up with policies to ensure the country start having open and honest conversations about matters mental health? In fact, Mr. Speaker, sir, it sometimes becomes really difficult when these conversations come up, especially through organizations such as NACADA. When they open up conversations around these matters, you find many try to run away from these conversations. Our lives part and parcels of drug dealing. Therefore, we find it very difficult, and we see it very normal, where if you go to our campuses, the youths will call it a dawa. So it's normalized to a manner that we see it a normal trend in our society. Mr. Speaker, sir, as I continue with this motion, I want to the members that it's high time us now start having several campaigns across the country, especially at your county levels and ward levels, to ensure that we have conversations how young people should be treated and what people go through. Especially when a speaker, sir, as my remover said, thank you so much. As my remover said that one of the celebrities just committed suicide. I think sometimes social media plays a critical role when it comes to matters influence. And that aspect of influence find our celebrities live life, what we call the false life, making their life become a little bit tricky. And so we expect them, the society expects them to behave the way they should not behave. The very moment we start having
I now propose the question on the motion on promoting youth health and well-being. The floor is now open for debate. Honorable members, on this particular motion, it has attracted quite a number of contributors, and I'll request that you stick to time or even donate your other minutes to your fellow speaker. The Honorable Thomas Ogendo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. In front of you, Thomas Ogendo, representing Nyando constituency, Kisumu County. Mr. Speaker, I raise this vital motion, especially on addressing matters health that concern and affect people. Mr. I want to submit before you and before this particular that our healthy youth is in a better position to learn, to work, to participate in leadership, and even more importantly, to continue with the nation development. And this raises a question. What is the preparedness of the country addressing matters health that continue to our different sectors? Because one, we have a number of young people who perform properly because they are affected by different health conditions, from mental health, drug and substance abuse, inaccessibility, healthcare that continues to deteriorate our public performance. I therefore request, Mr. Speaker, that these are pushing the government to increase health initiatives to ensure that we are more champions to address these issues at the grassroots. I also advise the members to kindly move from the boardrooms to practical solutions so that we can continue to grow a healthy country. We can on education and employment and neglect the health sector, then we expect our economy to grow. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, I will echo the word of the great Muhammad Ali, who that if you want to clean the world, don't think too far. Just start by cleaning your neighbor's house. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Thomas. Honorable Joy McKenna.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and honorable members today. I'd like to support the notion where mental health for the youth is guaranteed for us all. First and foremost, I would like to remember the youths in the rural areas, those who are forgotten to the point that they don't have the same futuristic options as we are here at the urban areas. How can we ensure that every youth has an opportunity to vision further into the future? For say, you'll find most of the young ladies being young mothers, being housemaidens for the better community that are in the rural areas. And you also find the young men driving these motorcycles, no future towards that. And if you go into a deeper conversation with them, you'll find that their envisioning isn't as what you envision here. How can we assure that the rural areas that the youth are, how can they achieve better thinking towards the better future? Also, I would like to point the factor that there is this notion whereby the boy child is favored more than the girl child towards education. And this, you'll find it in the rural areas. It mainly affects the mental health of the young girls back at home. They tend to zone out their thinking into one perspective, that they're supposed to give birth, listen to their spouses, and not go beyond that. I would like to advocate for everybody here that we find a solution whereby people in the rural areas, especially the youths that are currently 70% of the country, to find better broadening aspects, that they envision better lives for themselves, and that's how we will grow better as a country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Dennis Haya, 3 minutes maximum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My good name is Haya Dennis. I am a member of parliament and I represent Siaya County, particularly Bondo sub-county. I am very grateful to be in this floor and to debate this emotive motion. First of all, an issue that has not been raised by even the motion movement and the rest of us is that SRHR is a fundamental right that should be awarded to everyone. And in so doing, it improves the social and even the universal health care and universal health coverage across. And it improves gender equality. And therefore, I would also want to invite and invoke Article 43 read together with Article 55 that provides and mandate the state to provide available social health, available inclusion, and available amenities as far as health is concerned. And having said that, Mr. Speaker, you would find that the majority of people who are affected by matters of sexual reproductive health rights, one, are young adolescents. Number two, they are youths. Number three, there are young people with disability. And these issues are range. And they include, one, pregnancies to STIs and even treatment of the STIs. And therefore, when you look at the magnitude of this motion, this is a motion that requires this House
You have
to
30
urge
seconds.
the national government, to urge the county government, and even the Ministry of Health to first, one, prioritize, two, fund, three, implement matters of sexual reproductive health rights across all 47 counties. I beg to submit. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Haya. I now call upon the Honorable Brian Seronei to give his contribution.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. I think my submission will be made by Honorable Cynthia Mudeu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Brian, for that. You may proceed, Honorable Cynthia.
I think my name is there, but it's such a shame that a man had to tell me that. Please call my name. Let me sit and then you call my name.
Honorable Cynthia, kindly proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, members of the House. My name is Cynthia. I speak as a social worker and a mental health activist. Just to remind the House that it's died by suicide because we tend to decriminalize suicide. When we say commit suicide, we are ensuring that it lies on the criminal side and people get shame and stigma from that. Thank you. 470 cases of attempted suicide are reported to the police average annually, and that means these are also, please remember that these are underreported cases. People rarely report attempts of suicide, again, because it was criminalized. Behind every statistic is a person, a community, and a human being that is in charge of their own rights. Behind a young person who cannot find work is dealing with a lot. They may be dealing with financial dependence, pressure from family, uncertainty about their future, and difficulty assessing basic needs and opportunities. Kenya's informal sector employed approximately 18.1 million. A reminder that unemployment policy is also a social policy. When government discusses youth employment, we should also ask ourselves, what are we doing to protect the well-being of young people while we create economic opportunities for them? My proposal in the House is that the government should fund community-based mental health support. This means putting resources into county-level prevention, early identification, referral, and follow-up through social workers, community health workers, specialists, schools, TVETs, and primary health care. Kenya's own suicide prevention strategy already prioritizes integration of mental health into services, into primary health care, but we have a problem. We don't have a problem of policy, we have a problem of implementation. And then to link youth employment with mental health support. Youth employment programs should include psychosocial support and referral pathways. If government is investing in skills, enterprises, and jobs, it should also address the pressures that come with unemployment or even toxic workplaces. Financial insecurity and prolonged job searching. Kenya's community engagement guidance already recognizes both psychosocial support and addressing unemployment as community priorities. Again, remember, we have so many good policies. Our problem is in implementation. Thirdly and finally, make prevention.
Your time is up. Thank you. The Honorable Ivan Nyabende.
Good evening, members of this honorable parliament. Is it evening yet? Yes. So I'm not the most courageous member of this house, but I refuse to allow conversation, the crucial conversation such as mental health, to pass me by. I wish to support this motion by first addressing the issue of mental health. Many of us have directly interacted with persons affected with mental health. Personally, as a student leader, since 2024 to this year, in a duration of 2 years, we have lost 4 students to mental health. So this is not an issue that has not yet arrived. This is an issue that is with us, yet the government has not addressed it conclusively. First, I would like to propose the government to increase professional support. We cannot have a school of 15,000 students being represented by one therapist. We have 15,000 students. Secondly, I'd like to propose the government to have a national helpline for which will be dedicated to mental health. This helpline will be shared and to be communicated to all students and to all youths. I would also like to address the issue of illicit alcohol being sold to the youth. 60% of alcohol being sold in Kenya is illegal alcohol. So the government should increase what? You know, the cameraman is, I'm not the most courageous, so you'll pardon me on that. But I am raising crucial information here. The government should address the issue of illicit brew being made. The government is losing over 404 billion, translating to 1.5 billion US dollars. This is a lot of money being lost to illicit brew, so the government should address this. Again, the alcohol is also affecting the health. And on to the young soul we lost yesterday. May his soul rest in peace. Thank you.
Honorable Aurelia.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity and the chair. Honorable members, my name is Sean, because one thing we are really generalizing on is the mental health of our youths, and we can all attest that a country built a sickly youth background is a country that is destined to fail, or rather country destined for failure. So now today I'm going to shine the spotlight on the one issue that is affecting our mental health advocacy, and that is femicide, and I have not heard anyone talking about it. So now Amnesty International Kenya has reported an average of at least 8 women killed per week. That is roughly 1 woman each and every day. And that results to post-traumatic stress disorder. And because we don't even have many mental health advocates, or rather therapists, to help in support with this, most of the women end up falling under suicide, or they end up depressed and at home not doing anything. And we can all attest that mental health, or rather health and well-being, is one cornerstone that we cannot ignore when it comes to the growth of a country. So one key takeaway is, instead of thinking of what to add or to enhance in mental health, or rather the health and well-being of our youths, let's think about the factors that are affecting the mental health and work on that, e.g. security. So honorable members, that's one key takeaway home. And if you're not going to think about anything, think about that. Thank you so much.
I call upon the mover to reply.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity once again to reply. First of all, I appreciate the comments by the other honorable members who have contributed to the motion. So far, I've not had any member oppose the motion, and therefore I congratulate you all for that. But just to respond briefly, maybe to the members who have contributed on the question of, from Thomas Ogindo, the member from Nyando, I agree with you that more allocation needs to be done, and also prioritization to ensure that this becomes a national conversation. To Honorable Joy McKenna, you mentioned the issue of gender roles, which ends up affecting young girls. I agree. This will contribute a long way in enriching the policy and the motion. To Dennis Haya, you are not keen when, Honorable Dennis Haya, you are not keen when I was mentioning sexual reproductive health. He's even out, he's not here, Mr. Speaker. So, but I did mention it, only that I did not maybe dig deeper into it, but I think it's very, very important. It's a cardinal point in terms of the health that we are talking about. And also, I want to accept the correction by Cynthia Mudeu on the issue of the framing of the suicide, died by suicide. I agree and I accept. I apologize for that. And Ivan Nyabende, you mentioned professional support. So, sorry, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Ivan Nyabende, the issue of professional support, agreed, will be added onto that. A national helpline specifically for mental health. And also from Honorable Cynthia Mudeu, the issue of community-based mental health support. So thank you so much, Honorable members, for enriching this policy or this motion for this matter. And lastly, also Honorable Aurelia Kinyua on the issue of femicide and the important role that security plays in terms of promoting the access to healthcare. So thank you so much, Honorable members. Honorable Speaker, I beg to reply.
I put the question on the motion on promoting youth, health, and well-being. As many as of that opinion say aye. As those of the contra opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Clerk, next order.
Order number 11, adjournment of the Kenya National Youth Parliament.
The majority leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and all the members of Parliament. I beg to move pursuant of Standing Order 31 Cap 3, the Kenya National Youth Parliament adjourns Saindai. As we come to conclusion of this sitting of Kenya National Youth Parliament, allow me to briefly reflect on the issue that has been discussed and dominated in our discussions that continue to affect.
The majority leader, kindly cooperate with the microphone.
Oh, sorry. So we have spoken on youth participation in governance, and because we see young people mostly sorry for that. We have spoken on youth participation in governance because young people must not only be in subject of government program, but active participants in shaping policies that will determine our future. We have also talked about unemployment, enterprise, and economic inclusion. As we see many young people, we have skills, creativity, determination that we want to succeed, but we continue to face barrier to unemployment, access to finance, and market opportunities. So we also recognize the importance of peace building and conflict prevention, and we must be agent of peace, unity, social cohesion, but not the instrument of division and violence. We also talked on youth health and well-being because a healthy and empowered generation is very crucial to development of our nation. Honourable Speaker, as we adjourn, let us not allow this discussion to remain within these walls, but let's take the message back to our community, our counties, and we keep engaging in other young people. We participate in public affairs. Let us advocate for policies that will create opportunity and protect the interests of the youth. And the major thing, let's also lead by example outside there. We are the ambassador of the people we are representing. So our generation, we have the responsibility to demonstrate that young people can debate respectively, disagree constructively, and develop solutions that serve with integrity. So, and on a speaker, I sincerely thank Speaker, the leadership of the House, honorable members, the secretariat, organizers, partners, and those who made this proceeding a success. Our sitting may end today, but our mandate does not. The chambers may adjourn, but the voice of the youth must continue to be heard. So let us leave this house as not only as participants, as ambassadors of responsible leadership, innovation, peace, and unity. Honourable Speaker, I beg to move. Honourable Speaker, I beg to move and request Honourable Rejoice Mudeu to second.
Thank you so much, honorable members and Mr. Speaker. Honorable members, I must commend you for today. You've really carried yourself with a lot of decorum. And we have discussed so many issues of importance to the young people of this country and our nation. And I would like to especially take keynote and hammer on mental health. As a mental health advocate in this country, I want to hammer why mental health is really important. You know, the young people of this country are having it rough, you know, from every side, from unemployment, overtaxation, cost of education, the cost of living, not talking about the poverty. Most young people are living below $1 a day. So the best thing that the government of the day and the leaders and different stakeholders can do is actually to provide mental health care to the young people of this country, at least. And Honorable Speaker, without further ado, I wish to second the motion on the adjournment of the Kenya National Youth Parliament 2026. Thank you.
I propose the question that, pursuant to Standing Order 31.3, the Kenya National Youth Parliament do adjourn, sign, die. The floor is now open to discussion. The Honorable Monica Mshai, I'll request that we spend at least 1 minute because we are already out of time. Proceed.
1 minute, surely. Okay. On the matter of youth employment, enterprise, and economic inclusion, there have been riots outside the whole day. And this is because the youths themselves, who are really trying to survive because we've already proven that there's no employment for all of us, are already being squeezed by the tax being imposed on cargoes, whereas we know our youth on themselves do not have the 3.2 million to afford a whole cargo. Most of them, you can find like 30 of us are sharing the cost of one cargo. So you'll find my stock and increasing the amount of taxes reduces my amount of stock, because the more I have to pay, the less of my stock, the more we have to share. Check on that. I'd like I'd like to invite youth leaders into such spaces. Who here, by the show of hands, let me just carry out a statistic, has felt the pain that the people outside are feeling, or has an enterprise that has suffered because of the tax imposition on their businesses? Because none of them that are outside are in here representing even one of the entities. No one from Kamkunji. Kamkunji? Nyamakima? Anyone? Yes, please, and thank you. On the matter of youth health, sexuality, and reproductive health, as a member of the World Youth Alliance, I'd like to say, every human person possesses non-negotiable worth, regardless of their health, economic output, and physical capability. Thank you. that I've spoken for more than 1 minute.
Thank you very much. Honorable Tony Olela. You may please resume your seat. Was it a point of order? You will have raised it immediately, but let him proceed. Tony, please proceed.
All right, thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. My name is Honorable Tony Olela from Radio Constituency, this year county. I want to speak on the last motion, and I think some honorable members that we met before have raised this concern. The framing of that motion sometimes makes the young people, the young parliamentarians, to not really be direct to the issues that are affecting us in the health spectrum. How I wish we could consider issues around access, service, and the products. Because we find that we are losing so many young people because of some of the drugs that are being dispatched, but the patching numbers are not being tracked. That's why we find that most young people go over the counter and they end up being given drugs that are either about to expire or have expired. Another thing about inclusion, we need to ensure that even the drugs that are being issued out to different pharmacies, they need to be information friendly and inclusive. Are they brailled? You know, are people with visual impairment able to read, understand what they are buying? Now, on the youth employment, I would appreciate if the government could really focus on youth skilling. That is where we are facing a big gap in our country, because indeed the government have enabled an environment where we can safely be employed, because the private sector's role is not create employment for young people. I submit. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Mohammed Musa. Mohammed, yes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for this humble opportunity. I rise to put out my points. One, the young people of today, we are the movers of the Vision 2060. And when I speak about Vision 2060, as we sit in this house today, we are some of the leaders. When that time comes, we are going to be in a position to table motions that are going to, we're going to look for positions where how can we create employment. But actually one of the major issues in this country. We have to come to a position where we look for solutions, but we cannot create industries or even bring in investors, yet we do not even get to produce enough megawatts to power those industries. So I think when it comes to that, we have a long way to go, and I think we should now forge forward getting a very staunch solution to us for that. When it comes to health matters, and we talked about mental health. Even my fellow honorable member here has just been left, and he's strong. I was just trying to do some counseling. This is an issue that I feel the Minister of Health, we should advocate to have counselors, registered counselors in each and every institution in this country, both the secondary schools, and even to our members of parliament, because you know some of us were suffering, and exactly when I was campaigning, you know, some of us will ask, where's your wife? Then after that, no, you have to go through a lot to make sure that you campaign despite the, you know, being looked at in a different kind of a way.
Thank you very much. Honorable Grace Wendo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would like to first stand on the point of order on Honorable Mohammed Musa. It's not Agenda 2060, it's 2063 on the Africa we want. So I think as youth, we need to be very clear on our facts and have them correctly. I stand on the matter of youth peace and security. And I would like to remind us as youth that the United Nations YPS, Youth Peace and Security Framework, gives us a roadmap on meaningful participation, protection, prevention, partnership, and reintegration. and that should remain as our roadmap. And all these things, health, governance, and economy, they're all connected. They're all one big circle. So if we strengthen one area, we have strengthened the entire circle. Thank you.
Honorable Joy McKenna.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, honorable members. Under mental health, I forgot to mention one thing, that we should be given as youths in terms of internship, a token of appreciation, or rather a token of motivation. By that I mean, you show up to work 6 months, no token of appreciation, and for some cases that we see in social media, no lunch provided. So I would like to push this
Thank you.
notion.
Thank you. Honorable members, it is now 5 p.m. You may rise. Honorable members, it is now 5 p.m. The Youth Parliament stands adjourned, sign, die.
Honorable members, good afternoon once again. Now, we are not sitting anymore, but I take this opportunity to appreciate all of you. You are so eloquent, gosh. You actually look like the members we serve. It felt like it's real. So good job to all of you. And I hope you have also had a good experience, experiencing the parliamentary practices and procedure. And we look forward to seeing all of you exceed and excel in your respective spaces in life. So before you leave, kindly, I want to request that you don't leave. Our partners would want to have a word with you. So kindly remain seated. And once our partners conclude on their remarks, I want to request that you don't take anything from the chamber. It's important because those seats, there are certain senators who sit there and they also leave their documents there. So please do not take away anything. I wish you all the best, and may the good Lord bless you exceedingly, abundantly, above. All the best.
Good evening. I want to take this opportunity to thank each and every one of you for making time so that we can be able to participate in the first ever Vijana Youth Assembly in Kenya. I know that this experience is not only an experience, but also a motivation and also an opportunity to exercise your right as Kenyans to see not only the inside of this parliament, but also to experience what each and every one of you is capable of experience. One of the things that I want all of us to walk away with, especially from this house, is that it can be you, or it will be you sitting there. And one of the things that I hope, the way we are seated here, and from the look of where I am, I can see that gender balance is well. If there is something that we have been able to achieve, we have a gender balance. So for me, I want you for you to walk out with the motivation that that seat that you've occupied, kindly come and occupy it next year. And you can do it if there are Kenyans who are sitting here. So we want you also as a Kenyan to take part and also occupy that seat rightfully as an elected Senate, as an elected National Assembly member, so that you can be able to be the change that you want to be. Because I believe when we are all here, we are change that we want to be. So I want to take this opportunity once again to thank all of you for the effort and also for the discussion. This discussion are not just discussions. There will be a report that will be able to be an outcome of this session, and that report will be able to be presented to this parliament and be discussed. So kindly watch out on the next steps so that we can see what is the outcome of this session. And also, I want to welcome you. Challenge these seats so that you can be able to occupy it next year. Asanteni sana na Mungu awabariki.
Good afternoon, honorable members. Good afternoon, honorable members. We have come to the end. I can understand the energy levels are low. But what would it be if I do not conclude the session? So maybe a few remarks. I would like to ride on the protocol that has been observed earlier. And thank you all for showing up today. I'd like to thank you for traveling from your counties and representing them in your different capacities. I would like to thank you for debating. Our clerk has already emphasized it. This was very good. It was a very good session. You are very well informed, and that was quite impressive. So, over the past few days, we have been able to design, revise, understand so many things, and we are grateful that you people were very receptive and very welcoming. Personally, as a person that is from Uganda, this was quite an experience and I was really, really impressed. I would like to clap for you, but we really stamp. So I'll stamp the table. So I have 3 requests to leave with you in this room. First is take this back home. The network that you have built here is your strength. Let's keep holding each other and our leaders accountable. The second request, stay accountable to each other. The network here is your strength. Let's hold each other's hands and let us be our own leaders and let us be accountable to ourselves. The third request, let us keep the door open. First of all, our partners have been amazing. I appreciate you very much. Thank you for being there to let us co-design and being on the same table. We ask that this does not end here. On the issue of logistics, kindly make sure that you have checked in with the administration and you've had your details fully put on the forms. If you have any issues or inquiries, kindly follow our pages, our social media pages, Faraja Africa Foundation. There are very many other opportunities. Please take this chance to follow the pages and see what we have and see how you can also be part of the conversation. It does not stop here. It is something that goes on and on and on. Because after here, the next step will be having the East Africa Youth Parliament, which will be happening in Arusha at the East African Legislative Assembly. So do not worry, the issues do not stop here, they even go to the next level. Finally, to every young person who spoke for the first time today, I saw you, keep speaking, Kenya needs your voice. With all this said and done, I think we have had so many words of encouragement. I don't think I'm allowed to take questions. If the clerks allow it, is it allowed? Oh, so it's okay? Oh, yes, you're allowed to. Voice.
You have mentioned something on accountability, and you have congratulated people
who have spoken their first time. But I submitted, I really wanted to speak. I had a lot of things to say,
Oh.
but I was not given the opportunity. And I had registered my name, by the way.
Okay.
So if you did see me speak, just know I was not given the opportunity.
It's okay. Nonetheless, thank you for showing up. Your presence matters. Do not worry if you did not speak this time around. This is not the first and the last time we will be speaking. You're here to challenge the status quo at the end of the day. So the sittings usually run for 2 years, but this is a discussion we're still having with our partners to see the possibility and the viability. So do not worry. Next time better. Okay? Do we agree? Good. So next time better. I wish you all safe travels back home. And once again, I would like to say asante sana. Thank you.